2023 County Commission meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order and have a roll call, please. Here.
Here.
Here,
You can't hear me?
do the mic. Can you hear?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear Vicky okay? Okay.
Not really? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now I'm out of order. Okay, so now we're going to have our invocation. Amy, would you like to announce who's going to do the...
My friend Denise Lang will be up here doing our invocation.
Where would you like me to be?
The
Get in
microphone.
the mic.
If you wish, you can bow your head or lift it up. Creator of all, the moon and the stars and all the children of the world, whether called nature or life or God or Allah. We pray for continued blessings on all leaders who value peace, justice for all, loyalty to our nation, our state, our county, and our Constitution, and on everyone who promotes nonviolent solutions to conflict. This month, Pride Month, I am mindful that pride is both a celebration and a testament to the heartbreaking sorrow and struggle that has not ended yet. Especially this month, I offer thanks to our LGBTQ plus community and for all that you share with your spouses, partners, children, and our communities. We pray that our leaders respect the LGBTQ plus community. We come today to deliver our joined prayers of hope. We pray for the women, sick, the aged, and the addicts, that all may have access to proper health care, full health care, and that the Creator's loving embrace may be felt by all who suffer. Watch over our country now and in the days ahead. Guide our leaders and all who will vote. Guide them in knowledge and truth, and make your ways known among all people. In the passion of debate, give them a quiet spirit, and in the complexities of the issues, give them a kind and courageous heart. May I have an amen.
Amen. Heavenly Father, our nation needs you now more than as much as ever. Please bring revival to America. Give people throughout our nation a hunger for holiness and for your word. Thank you for calling me and every Christian to be the salt and the light of this world. Forgive me of my sin and apathy, and help me to walk according to your spirit. Thank you for your amazing grace and forgiveness. May I never take it for granted. To be all glory. In Jesus' name I pray.
Amen. You'll follow us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Okay, I make a motion to approve the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we'll start with our Sheriff's Office report.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
David Black, Otero County Sheriff. Okay, for the Sheriff's Office in May, we responded to 3,495 calls for service. Since I took over in 2019, that's the highest number we've had for a monthly call service. Generated 261 investigative reports, conducted 53 traffic crash investigations, resulted in 70 arrests, had 4 warrants, non-traffic or summonses issued, and we issued a total of 206 traffic citations. For narcotics, we had 3 search warrants for the month, 4 arrests, 3 agency assists, Generated 16 case reports. We had 1 checkpoint case with Border Patrol. We did seize $21,850. Seized 4 vehicles. 1 firearm was seized. And we did have 1 jail possession case. We seized 20.14 grams of meth, 6.4 grams of cocaine, and 393 fentanyl pills. Total of about $31,000 worth of illegal drugs. For May, we hosted, along with the Alamogordo Police Department, the end of the year Dare Picnic. We had that down in Alameda Park. It was pretty interesting. We had 350 kids from schools from all over the county, city, Chaparral. It was a good deal. Included, food games, tug of war competitions, and just a whole lot of fun with all the kiddos down there. We also attended some career days at Desert Star Elementary, Sunset Elementary, and at Tularosa Elementary. We also attended, represented ourselves at the DARE graduation at the Mescalero Elementary. During the week of the 15th through the 19th, we attended numerous events at the Holloman Air Force Base, which they were celebrating Police Week. We were out for the opening invocations. We had a parade. They had a lot of demonstrations with the Robo Dog and all kinds of stuff out there. What else did we do? We had a golf team. We had some of our guys participate in that. They didn't do very well, but they were there. And on the 20th of May, along with Pastor Torres and Mountain View Church, we hosted the annual Burgers for Badges. This was an event where all first responders were invited and given a lunch to thank them for their continued service in Otero County. In our manning department, I did have 1 deputy that put in his notice. He's going to retire at the end of the month. I have 2 deputies that started the 16-week academy in January. They graduated 25th of last month. I don't know if you saw the 2 standing out front with Deputy Robles. That's them. They're getting introduced to a lot of stuff now. And here in, I think next week, we'll actually start them in their FTO program. It'll be a 16-week FTO program. So somewhere around September, we'll hopefully have them in a solo patrol position. I have 2 additional new recruits that we are looking at right now. I do have the 2 positions open. Well, 1 position and the anticipated position for the deputy that retires at the end of the month. I do have those that we've completed their background checks, and hopefully mid-July we'll have both of them getting started. What's nice about them is they're lateral transfers, so hopefully we get them started in about 4 weeks. We'll have them on patrol. On our vehicles, we do have the 10 new Tahoes that have come in. We got 3 of them that are really, really close to being out on issued and used on patrol. So hopefully a week to 10 days we'll have those 3 out, and then we'll pull 3 more in and get started on them. So that is it, unless you have questions.
I think you went to Santa Fe we have a couple of new dispatchers or something, maybe?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I forgot about Marissa. Marissa was hired, I can't remember exactly when, but anyway, she just completed her dispatch certification in Santa Fe. So we did go up there Thursday for deputies, and then Friday for a dispatch graduation. Yeah, and we'll be visiting with her. We got an award and stuff for her coming out to recognize her service and her commitment to us. So she's doing good.
Awesome. Do you have anything?
No, I just want to tell you thank you for both of y'all's attendance down at Chaparral Monday night. Sorry it wasn't any better meeting than what it was.
Due to the circumstances.
Yeah. Otero
Yeah,
was
that's
there
what it was.
represented.
Yes, agree.
I don't know if this is a question for you or the DWI program, but I was looking over the budget for the DWI program, and I know that law enforcement is included in some of their grant funding and all of that. I was just wondering what the sharing was most commonly that you request when you put in your request forms.
We have visited with him on several occasions. He has supplied us with a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Dairy equipment, PBTs, you know, the breath testers and stuff like that. He has gone above and beyond
Okay.
to upfit, you know, help us, giving us equipment and stuff.
Perfect.
So, you
That's
know,
what I wanted to know.
He's been very, very helpful to us, so.
All right.
we did.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Sheriff.
you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good
Matt
morning.
Clark, Emergency Services. The volunteers responded to 132 calls for the month, 9 fires, 5 of them were structure fires. EMS calls, they ran 108 of them. So thank you to them for that. Code enforcement, we did 43 new cases, 22 solid waste, 10 weeds, 6 open burnings, and some illegal dumping. Closed up 15 cases, completed 1 fire investigation and 2 fire inspections. And they did a total of 56 follow-ups for the month. Slash pit for the month had 138 loads brought in and 6 loads of stuff that firewood or chips the community wanted taken out. We placed a dumpster the end of the month, end of May, for Bulls Acres area. And after 4 days, the community dumped 1.66 tons into that dumpster in 4 days. So it's cleaning up that area very much. We did Sounds of Freedom for recruiting. We got a couple people interested out of that one. Out of that one also sparked a radio PSA through Burt Broadcasting. That's been on the air now, and we've gotten a couple people have responded to that as well. Did a radio interview on Coyote radio station with Trent in the morning, and I think that went very well. We'll probably be doing that again, looking for the volunteers. Last month in May was EMS week, so we want to thank Gerald Champion. They sponsored a dinner for all the EMS folks in Otero County. Native Air did a lunch during the week, and AMR did a fun day for us. So we want to thank them for doing that for the volunteers, and not only the volunteers, but for their staff. So with that, do you have any questions?
My usual, First Street and Bulls Acres, the issues there, we talked the other day, if there's any follow-up on that on the blowing insulation and stuff like that we had talked about.
They're continually monitoring it. He was one of the contributors to the dumpster, not as much as we would have liked, but it is still doing that. But we are keeping an eye on it.
At the Sounds of Freedom the other day, I talked to a lady that was walking around handing out pamphlets for your volunteer fire. I suggested to her, I said maybe go to the school, the last month of school, and if you could talk with the juniors and seniors, maybe give them something to be thinking about during the summer to try to get involved in and stuff like that. So we can keep this thing on the brain and think about it for next year. Maybe we can get a group to go and talk to them or something like that. And maybe it'll get somebody to use it coming out to get involved, so.
Absolutely.
Anything?
I do. Mr. Cervantes called again. That's Quail Trails complaints. Do you
Mhm.
have an update for any of that?
The only update that I have is that one was turned over to the attorney for court, and I haven't heard anything back on that.
Do we know the
Sorry.
status? Quail Trails, and I think it's 21
21 Quail
yeah.
Trail.
So we have been trying to figure out who the owner is. The only access that code enforcement has to records is they search the assessor's property tax records, and that gives them an address where the tax bills go. And often it'll be 2 last names or something like that, because the property ownership can be unique depending on who owns it and stuff. So there's 2 names on this one. Like I said, they don't have access. I just paid for my department a new program to be able to do people information searches and background searches, and we're still trying to figure out who the owner is. One person was dead, and two people on it were dead. So we're trying to figure out who now has it, and we left a message for someone yesterday. As far as the tenants so it's rented. The tenants, according to code enforcement, are pretty hostile, and to the point that they don't even feel comfortable engaging them. And that they try and be even discreet when they're taking pictures for evidence. So we're working on it and just trying to figure out how to best approach this to get compliance. And I heard that the one of the complaints was smell.
The sewers.
But when I talked to code enforcement, they said that had been resolved last year through the environmental department, because that falls under the environmental department. But is that back?
Yes, it's back.
Okay, so they're just dumping the raw sewage out there? Okay,
Yep.
all right.
And I have more than I'm sure Mr. Savanta is leading it, but I have the entire neighborhood calling me and checking, leaving voicemails. And even if, I don't know how the lien process starts on being able to declare that blight, but maybe we should start that, and then maybe the landowner will get his attention. So,
Yeah. Filing charges either against the tenants or the owners or both, I think will be the fastest.
Okay.
So if code enforcement has not contacted the environmental department, I'll make sure we do that. And I need to get the tenants' names, but as far as the owners, as soon as we identify an owner that we can charge right now, we will do so.
Okay. And then, before I left, I got a complaint of a mobile home on Roadrunner in Eileen Acres, that the roof had blown off, and because of the windstorms, it's even worse now glowing into other people's yards. I didn't bring the address with me, but you can drive by and you can see it.
Okay.
So that's another one to add to the list. And I think, dog pound, something I forgot to ask about with the Tularosa dog pound being closed. Now I'm getting animal complaints within the village limits of Tularosa. How do we handle that?
That's on Tularosa to
That's
enforce.
what I've been saying, but
I mean, if they wander outside the county, then they become our responsibility. I know that the Thule Police Department is having challenges, and I don't know where they're at on that.
okay, that's all I have.
Okay, all right, thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom won't be here for his road department today. He's out chip sealing, so he's fixing our roads. So we'll go into the project manager.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good
Chuck
morning.
Parker, Project Manager. Right now, we have the Chin's Phase 3 rebid. It went out for advertisement this past Sunday, so we did some revisions to the project manuals into the material spec in there to try to get this in budget this time. We're pretty confident that we'll be able to achieve that and hopefully get the entire building finished instead of just parts of it. And that bid opening will be on June 2nd, so we're planning on having the recommendation for awardment on the July commission meeting. The PSAP Dispatch Center this month was a busy month. The painting was completed, flooring was installed, ceilings installed, and then the company with the furniture consoles came in and completed their installation of all the consoles. We're currently working to get the back IT room complete, which is almost there, so that we can start putting in equipment and working on installations. Our upcoming schedule is that Motorola, which handles the CallWorks, is scheduled to come in June 26th to start their installations of all the CallWorks, and then along with the company with the radios and everything, and we're going to start getting those installed and tested. The audio and video is scheduled for July 31st to come in, and June 19th is the access control and security. So it's moving along. We plan on having a live training in July, and then plan to go live in that new area come August 7th.
That area is nice. I was out there looking at it the other day. That's nice.
It's coming
coming
along
right
pretty
along.
good.
Mhm.
It's going to be really neat. The MyTel phone upgrade, all the main equipment's been installed at the dispatch center and the secondary location, the EOC, and they're planning to come back this month and keep working on the phone upgrades to try to complete that. The Alamo Street Phase 2 project has begun. They started the clearing and grubbing, but then we had to suspend the contract for the time being for the utility companies to come in and remedy some of the utility conflicts and lower some utilities. But then we plan on having that back going as soon as those utilities are complete. We've been working on, we contracted a company to come in and do some roof repairs on the processing center. That should be complete this week. That'll get rid of some roof leaks and some underlying issues that they had. Along with that, we had some engineers come out, and there's a few structural concerns throughout the processing center building that we're addressing, and we received their recommendations back, and now we're just waiting on some details and cost estimates associated to try to get some of these areas fixed. And that's pretty much it.
Did those issues have anything to do with the roof, or are these different issues?
No, there's a few structural issues, some settlement and stuff like that we're finding out that when that building was originally built by the federal government, it was kind of a rushed deal, and there was some corners cut, and now it's our issue.
Now the corners are showing up.
Right.
Okay. All right. Anything?
What about the animal control, the roof?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, in the storm the other night, that part of that roof blew off. Buildings and Grounds came in and they got it dried back in. We had the contractor come out yesterday, White Sands Construction, and they're working on a price quote through state price agreement to try to get this expedited and get the roof repaired. That information's all going to be sent to the insurance company, and we'll see how quick we can get that done.
I went by there to look at it, but they were already closed. And it looks like it's sealed up well.
Mhm.
And I know that no animals got hurt when the roof got cut off, but I mean, the animals are okay, right?
Yes.
There's nothing,
Mhm.
okay.
And then the roof on the prison down there, when are they gonna start on that?
Oh, that's in the upcoming budget, so as soon as that budget's all,
July?
yes, yeah. Yeah, as soon as that funding's released, we'll get busy on getting that repaired.
All right, anything else?
All right, thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Jeff.
you.
And Nina is short-staffed today, so she won't be giving us a report either, so we will move on to the...
Commissioner Marquardt?
Yes.
The U.S. Forest Service is here and,
Okay.
and do have a report prepared,
Okay,
if you're okay with them going right now.
Yes, absolutely. Come on down.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Good.
Good.
So there's one thing that I think you haven't gotten, and then that is the prescribed burn.
Oh, okay.
And so I called you this morning on it, but here, let me give you that. And
I
I'll-
bet you were the one that was calling me when I
Yes,
was
it
sitting
was.
here.
It was, there's a few copies there. So I apologize you didn't get that earlier. We sent out that press release on, I think it's called Concision. Our PAO did that this morning, or yesterday, I mean, and the day before. But apparently, none of you all are on that one, and I was like, oh no, we've got to make sure that you guys are on the list. So one of the things I mentioned on my voicemail that I left was I really need to get good email addresses on everyone so that we can actually make sure that our new PAO has all of the local stuff, so we can make sure that you guys get those.
Okay, yeah,
things.
Eric has been contacting me about the prescribed burns, so,
Yes.
but we need to get
Right.
everybody.
So we've got one that's scheduled, so for, and we have one that's scheduled for today or tomorrow, really depending on how it looks like on the range. So it's expected to go today. The meeting that came out this morning is that everything's looking good. There's been a lot of rain, and so it looks like it's a good time to do it today. So far, it looks like they're gonna do it. It's about 35 acres.
Okay.
Okay? I want to give you a little update on the forest plan revision. It is currently on the forest supervisor's desk. So she's reviewing it. It's going to be moving to the next steps, and then it'll be a few months for internal meetings. So that's where we are with it. I don't have much more to tell you other than it goes through this process, and so she's got it right now and has to review it, make sure everything is good and it's stable before it moves on. There was a question on our biological assessments for the Sacramento Dry Canyon, the SGA allotment, and that one was accepted we submitted it. It was accepted by the Fish and Wildlife Service, and we've entered formal consultation now. So now the next is about 4 months process. Okay?
So what does that mean?
It goes through a process of consultation. There's a time frame that they have to be able to do a draft BO, and then a time frame when you go back into another time where we're at that draft BO sent back to us. And then, of course, the GOSses will have a chance to look at that too, and we will look at it, but that's what that means. And it's about 4 months down the road.
But the GOSses will still be involved in this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You said biological review
It's the biological assessment, and they produce a biological opinion draft to us, back to us.
Are we using NMSU's report from their biological assessment when you submit that?
I think everything that was submitted to the Fish and Wildlife Service was included information to whatever was put in there. I believe they used the Arizona study, but I can't speak to it completely. I can ask the question, but I can't completely speak to what went into that biological assessment in its specificity. Okay. The Aqua Chiquita BA was submitted, but it's still in work and under review. It has not yet been accepted. So as for the fire update, I think you asked for fire update. And we moved to moderate today. From yesterday, we were at high, so we moved to moderate. And that's because of the storm activity. So the weather's been doing good stuff. So, but just so you know, we have no restrictions on campfire restrictions right now. It's all good to go. And just for what our FMO has told us is that we've had 7 fires across the Pecos zone with no wildfire activity on the Forest Service lands. There was over 100 abandoned campfires over the Memorial Day weekend. So we have sent out a press release. It was on social media, talking about campfire safety and all that. And so it didn't start any fires. We had some that were outside the ring, but we just want to let you know that hey folks, you got to put your campfires out all the way out. So the Range Improvements Task Force. It's in, the proposal went in, so we're working with RITF, I think Sam Smalley, and we're really excited about this because the proposal was accepted. It's in the early stages of research, and we're just really excited for that to go on. It's going to be cool. So I'm very excited about that.
Can you elaborate what the proposal entails, or what, is it a project, or what is
It's
it?
a research project, and I can't elaborate on it.
Okay.
But
You're working with them, and that's
I'm
good.
working with, yes, we are working with them, yes. We're very excited about working with them on it, so, yeah.
Seem like smart dudes.
Yeah,
Yeah, Sam and Casey are awesome.
yeah. So I wanted to give you a little update on our district ranger for the Sacramento Ranger District. So he's doing well. He's, recuperating and doing well. But he's now detailed for now to, for about 6 months or so, into another position.
Are you
So
talking about Bob?
Yes, Bob Foxworth. And so we have, right now, we've got a detailer in the D2 for a couple of weeks, and we have put out a request for a more long-term detailer to come in to that district until we really know for sure what will happen with Bob and, if he'll stay in the detail position or not, okay? So I wanted to give you that information. I think you specifically asked about the elk population
Yes, I
reduction. So I want to speak to that. And so the Lincoln did get in touch with Game and Fish and the Fish and Wildlife Service and the regional office. And everyone is supportive of having a meeting, getting together. They've asked that we get an agenda together. So we reached out to Spike and Kelly and we spoke with them and say, hey, what agenda items and how can we set this agenda up so we have a really productive meeting? So Spike and Kelly have not given us back yet what they want on the agenda. We want to collaborate with that, make sure it's a really collaborative meeting, and then we'll set up a time frame. We'll let you know when that occurs.
Good.
But we are trying to get this together in collaboration with all of those folks.
Good,
Okay?
that would be great.
Okay, so that's where we are with that. And I think that's my report.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming. We appreciate you
have
coming
one-
and updating us. Yeah,
Absolutely. I have
yeah.
one question. With the BLM going into this, trying to redefine the multi-use, how is it going to affect what you're doing for the wildlife preservation of the lands? Is that going to change, like the properties, the 400,000 acres that you removed from your assessment? Is that going to change anything?
Amy, that's a really good question.
Okay.
When
And
they
I
add
don't have the
they're
answer to
trying to add
that.
the conservation with all the other public use into that, which I think is gonna be a big freaking nightmare. Just to be nice.
And I want to make sure that I get back to you with an appropriate answer on that. Because I can't speak to it today.
Okay,
But I promise I will.
Okay.
So,
Can the county be a contributor to the collections on the elk population deal to the game and fish?
if you guys are at that meeting, I'm sure that there will be some, that you will have that opportunity.
Well, can we provide input for agenda items?
Yeah, we'll see why not.
Okay.
so is
I'll send you
is
some
Kelly gonna
ideas.
be in charge of the agenda? Is that basically?
We
or
have
you just
asked
getting
her
it-
to provide input.
Okay.
For the agendas, that we could draft something, so that we kind of have like this is the agenda and this is where we'll go, and the meeting is productive.
Okay, right, okay,
That's what I was wanting to
Yeah.
refer into with the county.
Yeah.
okay.
So I want to make sure that I have the exact question that you're asking me so that I can give you an appropriate answer, Amy.
I'll give you this.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, and then just let me know if that's just another battle we need to take.
You bet.
It will be.
You bet. You bet.
Marjorie, add to it, there's, I don't have the registrar number off the top of my head, but was advance notice of an updated U.S. Forest Service rule, and comments are due June 20th. But it is along similar lines to the proposed BLM rule, where definitions of conservation and what is use under multiple use are all being looked at and potentially revised. So that would be something to look at for Commissioner Barella's question.
Thank you.
Exactly. And I saw this like yesterday afternoon, Herbie, and I got a couple of my team together and I'm like, okay, so can you like speak to this? Because I bet you I'm going to get asked. And no one could really speak to it. So that's why I'm saying I'll get back with you and see what, yeah. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
very
I
much.
thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a great day.
Thank you. Okay, so on the consent agenda items, we're gonna pull number 5 and number 6 for discussion, and we're also gonna pull number 12 for discussion. So I'm gonna start with this. I'll just start, I'll read all the rest of them. Do we want to vote on all the rest of them first?
You're the boss. Yes.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll just, I'll get ready because this is a lot of reading. Okay, number 1, request approval of accounts payable bills list BL 43, 44, 45, and 46. Number 2, request approval of May 4th, 2023 special minutes. Number 3, request approval of May 11th, 2023 regular meeting minutes. Number 4, request approval of May 18th special meeting minutes. Number 7, request approval of resolution number 6-08-23/111-63 budget adjustments. Number 8, request approval to purchase a laptop for Commissioner Matherly from discretionary funds not to exceed $1,500. Number 9, request approval of resolution number 6-8-23/111-64, adopting the fiscal year 2025 through 2029 Sacramento Mountain Senior Services Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan. Number 10, request approval of a professional service agreement between Otero County and the American Stewards of Liberty. Number 11, request approval of an agreement between Otero County and Dr. Ronald Chad Carver as the Otero County Medical Director for 2023. Number 13, request approval of the premium renewal and coverage summary for both the workers' compensation and accidental death and dismemberment for the volunteer fire departments. And number 14, request approval to appoint Colt Holland to the Otero County Grazing Advisory Board. Can I make a motion to approve these items?
Make a motion.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so number 5, we wanted to pull for discussion. I think Commissioner Barella had a question on these.
There she is. I'm glad you're here. I have 2 questions, and it'll apply to both item 5 and 6.
Okay, good
Okay.
morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. How are
Good
you
morning.
today?
Good morning.
I seen that Chaparral Mobile Service was removed from both locations. I mean, from both 2023 election and 2024 election.
We just knocked it down to 2 days.
Okay. I see that mobile voting,
The reason we have done that is because we have so few people vote.
I know.
And we take out signs for it. We advertise. We put it in their water bill. We let them know when we are going to be there. And sometimes we have, just maybe, in fact, we've had days where we didn't have anybody vote.
I know. So, and I looked it up, but it was like an average of like 15 people at the very most that would actually show up and vote. But I just don't want to have any reason why somebody doesn't have the opportunity to vote.
See, we have the early voting. Okay, so here's the deal. Chaparral was never a mobile voting site. What a mobile voting site means, the way that we have it listed, is that we go to that area for 1 day. So we start 3 weeks prior to any election. We go to Tularosa for the Saturday 3 weeks prior. We go to Cloudcroft 2 weeks prior. And then starting 3 days, let's see. So the Inn of the Mountain Gods, we are there starting typically the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We are at Chaparral the Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then, and during that time, we're still at the fairgrounds, we're still at administration. So Chaparral was never called a early vote or a mobile site. It's an early voting site. As you'll notice on the list, it's under early voting.
Yep, and I seen that.
That's because it's more than 1 day.
I just thought we did mobile voting in Chaparral.
Well, it's basically the same thing, but we do it for a longer time than mobile voting is just a 1 day occurrence.
And then I've had a citizen request for mobile voting in the Walker Road area at that fire station. Have you ever considered doing that?
We have not. We're trying to get out, as large as our county is, we're trying to, get to Tularosa, get to the mountain areas, get to Chaparral. It's never been considered. I'll certainly take it into consideration.
Okay. Is that something we need to take into consideration before we vote on this?
It would not be
or-
something we could do this year or within the next 2 years. It would have to be something we planned on. We'd have to get numbers, statistics, find a location. There would be certain things to do about it.
Yeah.
But it's certainly something to start working on.
And maybe let's just try it once. and see if we can get a
No,
larger voter
absolutely. It'll
turnout
just-
in that area.
It'll just take a little while to get it going. I mean, we can't just say, okay, let's do it this time.
I thought you just snapped your fingers. That's all I have.
Okay,
Got 5 and 6 questions?
Yep,
okay.
Okay, thank you,
Robin.
Commission.
thank you.
Excuse me, one thing, I'm on the agenda also, item 23.
Yes.
Is there any way we could discuss that since I'm here? Or you'd like me to come back? I'm willing to do that.
It's okay with me. That way you can, we'll save you some time. And I asked Robin, because I didn't know how these names got submitted, who would be on this board of registration, and I was told that each political party got to turn in 3 names, and it was kind of by order of how they received them, and it has to be, you have to have you can't have all one party. You have to have some people from each party, so that's how that works, so.
So, and basically with this, item number 3, approving or appointing the Board of Registration, we have to do this every 2 years between June and July. And basically, we have always done it in the past where we've sent to requests to party chairs to get, people that they want in the order of preference. The law has actually changed. We don't have to do that any longer. However, I believe we still should, and so we've continued that process. And so we did. We sent a request to the parties, and they sent back. We also sent one. The only other organization that I'm aware of, political organization, is the Otero County Republican Federated Women. We sent a request to them, didn't receive anything back. So Selena took the names in the order we received from the Republican Party first. So she did the Republicans, then the Democrats, and then we have the alternates that are listed there as well. And we just got through meeting with the Board of Registration in February, and in fact, we had to use our alternates because the regular board members had already either moved away or had something else already planned.
And what's
So-
their main function? Because I tried to look it up to see what they actually do.
So basically, what they'll do is they will conduct the purge. When
Okay.
we do the purge every 2 years, we give them a list of voters that qualify to be purged. They go through that, they look up on the computer, verify all the information, and then they sign off on the purge.
Okay.
And then in the event of canvassing needed suggestions, we can call that board for questions, right? Is that another?
For canvassing,
When we are required to canvass, we can call that board together to do some investigative work and present to us.
but
to
at
help
this
make us a
point, the law has
decision.
changed where you do not complete a canvass at this point, you just certify the canvass.
But we can call them for questions, is what I'm saying. Another role of
Well,
their-
typically, who you would call would be the people that were conducting the election, the poll workers that were working. These people are not necessarily poll workers. So if we were canvassing an election and you had questions, these people not necessarily were on any of the boards for the election. So you might want to call the other workers, that participated in the election.
So their main function is to purge the, deceased people and people that have moved out of the county and stuff. That's their main role.
Yes.
Okay.
So I got 2 questions for you, Robin.
Okay.
Number 1, this is a 2-year term. Your dates don't work out on, which I'm sure it's clerical error. It needs to be 2025, not 2024. Up at the very top, on the 2-year deal, it goes from July 1st, 2023.
Well, that's this year. So they're appointed this year. Oh, for 2 years. Yeah, you're right, to 25.
The other deal, my other question is, so one of the board members can't show, how is the alternate picked?
So what happened was, when we requested names from the party chairs, we requested 3 names from each party chair in the order of their preference. So we just took the top 3 and put them on the board, and the bottom 3 were the alternates.
Right. So, one of the board meetings can't show for someone, and you need an alternate.
And we call one of the alternates.
How do you pick who you call?
Well, it would depend on whether it was a Republican or Democrat that didn't show up. We always keep our boards balanced. And if, for instance, let's just say the alternates couldn't come, then at that point, we would just start reaching out either to the party chairs or to, let's say we needed a Democrat, we would call somebody that we thought might fit in there. You know, hey, can you make it today? We need a Democrat on the board.
I was just wondering how your choice.
Oh, absolutely. All of our boards are always balanced.
Okay, and that date does need to be changed to June 30th, 2025?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Way to go, Gerald.
Okay, anything else?
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, I make a motion for the approval of 3 voters to be appointed to the Board of Registration and 3 voters to be appointed as alternates to the Board of Registration, with the change in the correction to the date.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right, so now we will go
They didn't.
to item number 12.
You did not vote on 5 and 6.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we vote on together? Or do I have to do them separate?
Together.
Very separate.
Separate?
Separate? Okay, you're the boss. Okay, on consent item number 5, request approval of resolution number 6-8-23/111-58 designating the polling places for the 2022-2023 elections.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And number 6, request approval of resolution number 6-8-23/111-59 designating the polling places for the 2024-2025 elections.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we'll move on to you, Matt.
Morning, Commissioners. Matt Clark, Emergency Services. So for the MOUs with the electric co-op, we had the wrong name on there, so we need to change the manager for the co-op on it. And then we, in discussion with the co-op, if we end the agreements, I'm responsible to pull my stuff off of their antenna. They're responsible to pull stuff off of our tower. It's their responsibility to get their equipment out if we end these agreements. So that it's not, basically, we're taking care of our equipment at our sites that were on co-op sites.
So not much changed, just kind
No,
of the name
that,
and the...
that was it.
That was a lot of paperwork for that.
Those little changes.
Yeah, I was like, holy cow, we're gonna be here all
Yeah.
day.
So my only concern is the value of it, you know, not having a declared value, and a tornado hits it tomorrow. And what, are we gonna split it 50/50? I mean, because we need it, they need it, and how is that gonna work out?
So if a tornado was to take out, let's say, the Tiburon Tower, which is owned by the co-op, they would be responsible for getting their tower back. It's their site. And that they would be the ones, they'd be filing their insurance claims and getting it back up. If it's our tower, same thing. We're going to get our tower up and running again. We'll file the insurance claims to get the tower replaced.
Okay, so there won't be any kind of conflicts in the event that we have to do some sort of replacement?
No, we would work it out to the best that we could on both sides. But as far as the tower, so the Tiburon one, the co-op owns, if something were to happen to that tower site, it's their responsibility to fix. If something happens to Benson, it's my site, it's my responsibility to fix the tower.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have.
Any questions? That's it? That was easy. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 12, request approval for memorandum of understanding with Otero County Electric Co-op for the use of Tiburon Tower, Benson Ridge, Long Ridge, and High Rolls Tower.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so now on number 15, is Jacqueline gonna call in, RB, or?
Our plane is landing right now.
Okay.
So if we could do unscheduled,
Okay.
and then
And then
she should be
on
able
the
to call
ground.
in.
Okay, we will do that. Okay, so we'll move on to our unscheduled communications. Okay. Donna Swanson?
And I am going to play the role of Donna and
Oh.
Mary Louise today.
You don't look like a Donna or a Mary Louise.
And I'll time myself. See how fast I can read. Greetings. I have heard and read the concerns within our community about the move of the hospital to join St. Christus Group. The concerns being voiced within our community are many. The day the Alamogordo Daily News had an article stating that the rehab unit at Gerald Champion was going away, I called and spoke with the hospital liaison. These are some things I learned. When I asked about the news article concerning the rehab unit, the hospital liaison said she would not have written the news article in quite this way. Yes, the rehab unit will be leaving, but it will be replaced by further care for those who will not qualify for the unit, those not capable of performing 3 hours of rehab daily. I have mixed feelings about this statement because I recently cared for 2 parents in their 90s who fractured a pelvis or a hip. One qualified for this unit and was back home within a week and regained his ability to walk and transfer as needed. The other did not qualify for a rehab unit. She instead went to a nursing home for rehab. She did not live much longer. We are losing this rehab unit, which I therefore link with quality of life for not only our seniors, but for any among us needing excellent rehab. Those who need an excellent rehab unit will now have to travel away from family to another city to get it. I think this will place unnecessary hardship upon families facing a situation where a loved one will need to travel away without the familial support they deserve. We only have one single hospital here. We have no other choice for the intensive inpatient rehab that some patients will require. Then I asked some questions about the future of reproductive care and also vasectomies, not only for those needing such reproductive care within our communities in Otero County, but also especially because we host Holloman Air Force Base. I know how very much we want to support our troops and their families because not only is that humanely important to do, but also because the very stability of our own economy rests upon the care we give as a host county to our troops. Already, I know that Holloman Air Force Base was on base closure list, but managed to survive closure in the past. We do not want our troops and families unhappy. Yet many families do not come to Holloman with their service member or else live in Las Cruces because of their varied concerns about living here in Otero County. Do we really want to add to their concerns? I know this to be a fine, supportive community. We must work hard to allay concerns where we can do so. The DoD granted our school district the funds to build a brand new school, and another school is to be built soon at Holloman. This, I'm sure, was a move to support our community and support our troops and the quality of life for their families. I remember years ago we did not need a new hospital. Again, we received DoD money to help build that hospital, and we now discuss DoD and a host community partnership. In discussion with the liaison, I learned that although reproductive care will change under St. Christus, the mother's life will always be foremost. I found that to be somewhat comforting, but an incomplete answer to my questions about reproductive health care. What about for care for miscarriage and ectopic pregnancies, for instance? Will mothers in those cases And next is the same one twice. Okay. All right, and this is from, that was signed Donna Swanson. This is from Mary Louise Cootie. I'd like to share my concerns about GCRMC joining Christus Health and the move to reduce access to comprehensive reproductive health care, gender-affirming care, and end-of-life care for community members as it conflicts with Catholic religious beliefs and practices. The merging of a secular hospital with a Catholic hospital means that our only access to hospital care in Otero County will fall under the direction of the ethical and religious directives, ERDs, set by the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, conflicting with New Mexico state laws and United States Air Force policies with regard to providing reproductive health care services, gender-affirming care, and end-of-life care. According to reports by the ACLU and Merger Watch, these ERDs, which Christus Health adhere to, conflict with living wills and advance directives, conflict with referrals for patients requesting dignity with dying requests, conflict with medical care approaches for victims of rape and incest, conflict with all birth control methods, sterilization, abortion, some miscarriage management techniques, least invasive treatment for ectopic pregnancies, infertility treatments like IVF, and access to emergency contraception pills and referrals for outside care, and conflict with gender-affirming care and referrals to gender-affirming care. Physicians practicing with Christus Health must adhere to the Catholic religion's rules dictated by non-medical people who will dictate and determine accessibility to care for everyone in our community. Christus Health may say that they are less restrictive in enforcing these ERDs. However, the Archdiocese will have the final say, not the physician and the patients. ERDs substitute religious doctrine for the standard of care. I urge you to please explore further the damage this potential joining of GCRMC with Christus Health will cause to the people of Otero County and work to prevent this from happening. Thank you, Mary Louise Cootie.
Okay, Stephanie Du Bois?
Yeah.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Aren't we blessed to have rain?
Yes, we are.
It was very welcome. First, and I'll try to be brief, I'll just ditto what he said, so I don't have to say it, because I'm not Catholic, so I don't come under that. I just want to answer Amy. Our animal control officer quit, resigned, so they are looking for someone else. Well, their problem right now is to find someone that wants to do it from 7:30 to 4. They want to split it up, and the police chief said he can't do that. He has to have a full-time person,
Okay.
which
Thank you.
evidenced by dogs running loose.
Right.
I just thought I'd make
Thank
that
you.
clear. Why I'm here, and it's a good thing. When I was a candidate, I know somebody's going to say 100 times, I know, whatever. Anyway, at least I tried. Why I'm here, as a candidate, I was invited out to the Sidney Paul Garden shooting range for a tour of the facility. I was very impressed. Mr. Douglas does a wonderful job out there. I know he's looking, what is he looking for? Increase the price, I think, what is it, $5 to go out and shoot? I believe.
There's a new
So he wants to raise that. I support that. It's a safe environment to shoot, and I think, and it's very well run, just for the time I was, and the questions. I'm on the newsletter. I get the newsletter of what's going on. He asked me, I said yes. I would also support, he showed me that piece of land that the hospital owns where he'd like to expand. The shooting range does bring in money when they do tournaments and that. They stay, they buy food, they do lodging here in Otero County, so they do bring in some money. I felt it was a very well-run facility, and I think if it's a safe place for shooting, I think that Mr. Douglas should have whatever he needs to continue that program. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is she wheels down yet, or is she still?
They are deplaning,
Okay.
but she said like 10 minutes to
Okay.
get situated, so.
Okay, so we'll keep on trucking. Okay, so under new business, we're going to table item number 24. And I don't think we had anything else to, okay. All right, so we'll move on to new business, number 17.
Did you have to vote on it?
On what?
The tabling? I think so.
We have to vote on tabling it?
I don't believe so.
I don't think we do, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to move on to item 17. Request approval to send a letter to the New Mexico Attorney General to conduct consumer protection and anti-competition oversight of the Gerald Champion Regional Medical Center and Christus Health transaction.
Good morning, Commissioners. Amber Mayhall, Healthcare Services Director. So I realize that this is not a very easy issue to consider, but it is an issue that does need to be considered. When the community was informed that Gerald Champion planned on merging, or at least being acquired by Christus Health, that was initiated without a lot of community input or stakeholder input. At minimum, there should have been some county input as a stakeholder. There should have been city input as a stakeholder. Other agencies should have been considered because this is going to affect everybody in multiple and complicated ways. I did openly criticize the letter of intent that was publicly that was published on Facebook. With that, I received an email indicating that if I had any questions or concerns, that those questions and concerns should be directed to Ms. Lewis, who is here today, and I do appreciate her being here today. We've had some very spirited conversations, and I do appreciate that she's been there and trying to answer those questions. She did reply indicating that after the email that I did send her, asking if there was going to be any community event in which community members can speak with leadership about this merger and discuss their concerns or even voice their support. The reply that I got back indicated that there was no such plan at the time. And so I still continued to draft up some questions. It was further revealed to me that regardless of the questions, regardless of what the concerns were with the community, that this contract was going to be finalized by July 1st. Which meant that whatever plan that they had, it was not public. There was no community consideration, no community input about what the services are going to look like here for Otero County. And Otero County residents deserve to know, and they deserve to have input. And we do not deserve to have such a large, consequential economic decision to be made in the dark. This also is going to highly affect the public health of the community. Because of what I realized was the urgency of this situation, I did discuss the issue with RB. He conducted his own and independent research. And I brought up that it is possible that with the information that we have found, that it may be the prudent decision that we issue a letter to the Attorney General to request oversight. We are not requesting that the County Commission voice their support. I am not requesting the County Commissioners to even voice their disapproval. What I am requesting is that this County Commission at least wants this decision to be made in the light of day, fully transparent to Otero County, so that we know exactly what the consequences of this decision is going to be, and whether Otero County residents deserve the kind of health care that's going to come out of this. We've already discussed that there will be some consequences to reproductive health care. It is true that Gerald Champion does not, nor has it ever, provided elective abortions, but it has always provided medically necessary services for pregnant women. And those services should not go away, especially considering that Gerald Champion has not indicated that it's in any kind of financial stress. That going away and making the situation much more traumatizing on a woman who is experiencing that. It's not necessary to make it more difficult. Whether there is a building that is walled off from the rest of the hospital or a building that is separate from the hospital, no woman should be transported and feel shamed in that she is experiencing a miscarriage and now she has to receive any other any services that would help with terminating the pregnancy. That she deserves to have the most information available to her so that she and her physician can make the most appropriate decision for her. The fact of the matter is, and in all of the attachments that I have provided you, I provided those that you had the most amount of knowledge available. They're not biased. The qualitative documents that were provided, those were from providers and their experiences in providing care for women, and the consequences to the care that women receive based upon Catholic doctrines. And I don't think women deserve that. Nobody deserves to go through that trauma. Do Catholic health systems, do they provide good care? when it doesn't conflict with the ERDs, the ethical and religious directives, yes, they do, just like any other hospital. But they're not special in the terms of the care that they provide. They provide just as good quality as any other hospital. And I have come across no indication that any faith-based hospital or any faith-based organization performs better and superior than any secular-based. I also don't think that the fact that they want capital and potentially efficiency should affect the care that women receive. There's no reason for it at this moment. If Gerald Champion was suffering financially, then yes, we definitely would have to come up with some considerations for the change in how the healthcare system would work, because we need to ensure that Gerald Champion, or the hospital here, is solvent and remains open. We would have to make that hard decision. But that is not the case that they have indicated. They are financially stable. So this decision is being made without it being necessary. And that deserves an incredible amount of criticism, an incredible amount of transparency, and an incredible amount of oversight. And that oversight cannot be provided by the county. Not only do we have the staff to provide that oversight, we don't have the authority to provide that oversight. The Attorney General does on a state level, and then it's the FTC. Well, when we get to the FTC portion of things, the FTC, there is large criticisms about the amount of oversight that the FTC can provide, and that is that they are underfunded, like a lot of agencies. And because of the type of merger that this is a cross-market merger, which means that the Christus Health System does not have any, they do not share geography of patients. They serve, right now in New Mexico, they serve primarily up in Santa Fe, and that's where the geography of their patients are. So they do not have any patients down here. So because of that, it's not going to spark the red flag for the FTC and the Department of Justice to investigate. So that leaves us with the only option of the Attorney General, in which he can provide a lot more oversight, he can dedicate more staff, and that the analysis of the transaction can be a lot more locally focused. Yes, we do have Christus up in Santa Fe. That merger happened in 2008. The laws of New Mexico are markedly different than the laws of today. The laws of New Mexico in 2008 are markedly different than the laws of today in 2003. We have a lot more protections for women. We have a lot more protections for trans people. We have a lot more protections for people who are terminally ill and do not want to suffer 6 months of an illness where the quality of their life rapidly and markedly decreases. At the end of the day, what we want to make sure is that patients have the same amount of health care that they've had traditionally by Gerald Champion, and that any merger that happens with Gerald Champion should result in the same quality of care or better quality of care. I understand that Gerald Champion wants to bring in more services and bring in more doctors, but at what cost are we going to have that provided to us? And is that cost at the suffering, the unnecessary suffering of women who may become pregnant and who are pregnant? I did issue, or I did draft to the Attorney General letter. I recognize that there may be statements in there that you may not agree with, or that you may wish to have reworded. I'm happy to do that with you, but in the essence of urgency, I felt that it was necessary to have something already drafted, ready for your review and your input, so that as of today, if you do vote to send a letter to the Attorney General, we have something ready in hand and we can immediately send it with the urgency that it needs. Thank you.
Appreciate your concern for the county. I have 2 items on this. Number 1, Otero County has no say-so on what this hospital does. It's a private hospital. Number 2, as a county commissioner, I have 100% concern for the residents of Otero County and their hospitalization care. So at that point, unless they have some other, I would like for the hospital to address your concerns, what you just said, and give answers on the light. I have visited with them. I see a little different picture here. So I would like them to answer and address that, but unless y'all have some other.
No, I want to hear from the hospital. Did you have some questions for Amber?
So specifically, what services are we losing?
You will be losing at the hospital, you will be losing the full range of reproductive care. That is birth control, and that's more than just birth control pills. Yes, they will be losing that. They will be losing the shot, you'll be losing the IUD. And the only time that an individual will be allowed to have any kind of birth control, hormonal birth control, or any birth control, is if you have a medical diagnosis. What I highlighted in my my submission for the agenda is that unless you have a diagnosis, a medical diagnosis that would require it, you do not receive any contraception, no tubal ligations, unless, of course, you have an ectopic pregnancy, and that tube needs to be removed. So, yes, you will be losing the full range of contraceptive.
I'm going to let the hospital answer that one.
Yeah.
But, so did you look at the mission statement of what Gerald Champion currently has in Christus Healthcare? The mission statement and the value statements? You know that they're almost verbatim?
Their mission statements could be exactly verbatim, but at the end of the day, Gerald Champion is secular and has to follow the medical standards of care, and Christus is a Catholic faith-based organization, and they follow the ethical and religious directives first, and then they follow the medical standards of care.
So I specifically looked up the Santa Fe merger just to see how it went, because it was in Santa Fe.
Yes.
And so when they merged in, I think it was 2008 is when I looked that up. And the National Health Grades website had that current hospital graded at 54% approval rating, and within the year it was up to 69%. So
For like the total amount of
the
health.
national approval rating
Okay,
for
so-
hospitals.
And that's going to take in the full array of services. It's not just going to consider the reproductive services, end-of-life option cares, because that's end-of-life care for medical aid in dying. It's not available in every state, but it is available in New Mexico. So that's probably not going to be
Is
considered.
that a service we're losing?
Potentially, yes.
We do not have that right now at our hospitals.
We can have the Gerald
Okay.
Champion answer that, as well as their, but even then, it could never be an option. It'll never be an option in Otero County with this merger. And at the end of the day, healthcare, it should be reactive to the needs of the community. We do have an aging population. We do have a large population that has cancer. And medical aid in dying should be an option for them if they do not want to suffer what's about to happen to them at the end of the road.
So some of the things that were improved in the services by the merger for the community is the wellness annual exams, preconception counseling, breast cancer and osteoporosis screenings, colonoscopy procedures and abnormal pap smears, hysterectomies, immunizations for women, STD evaluations, endometrial ablations, bone density scans, infertility treatments, robotic surgical procedures, gynecology surgeries, NovaSure, hysteroscopy, menopause management, pelvic reconstructive surgery, incontinence studies, and LEAP. And then women health care specifically improved with heart disease, high blood pressure, high-risk pregnancies, diabetes, pregnant women over 35, abnormal alpha fetoprotein blood tests, history of preterm labor and delivery or miscarriages, premature rupture of membranes, potential fetal growth problems were all improved with this merger just in Santa Fe alone.
Was it improved with the merger, or did it just improve over time because hospitals have a duty to improve the care to their communities just like Gerald Champion does? Over time, we've seen improvements in our care too without a merger. I will say with hysterectomies, no one will receive a hysterectomy unless they have a medical diagnosis. That is generally caused by cancer. That's the only way you will have that. Tubal ligations, you do not get the option to have any kind of elective sterilization if someone does not if someone doesn't want to have a child. That is not an option, period. At the end of the day, yes, like I said originally, do faith-based organizations provide good care? Yeah, they do, when they do not conflict with the ethical and religious directives. The concern is that there are very concrete, very stately, very concrete, as they are identified in the ethical and religious directive, those portions of care will be affected, and we will lose those, or we will never even get those. And then there are some gray areas, and that's even mentioned in the ethical and religious directive, that even those ERDs do not address every single possibility that a physician is going to encounter, but that those ERDs are the guidelines in which decisions should be enforced. Not everything is going to be considered in that ERD. Most of those things that you talked about, you're probably not going to have huge conflictions with the ERDs. But at the end of the day, if it affects fertility for women, elective fertility for women, you do not have an option. If it affects decisions for life, well, if you have a medical condition and you wish to have medical aid in dying, or you wish to die on your own with a do not resuscitate, depending on the situation, they do not have to honor it. It's not just medical aid in dying, it's the decisions that they will make in the delivery of your care. And at the end of the day, it should be each individual person who decides the care that they receive by the physician involved in their care. Or it should be outlined by standard medical practices in which the medical community has systematically studied, discussed, and decided is the best way of care. And it should be tailored. At the end of the day, it should be tailored to each person's needs and not determined by another person's moral and religious outlook.
So the the Federal Trade Commission court filing that you put in here, it says that they found that there would be more capacity to the markets where this has happened and merge, and that the court's decision proved to be correct.
I'm pretty sure that the reason that this was actually entered, that particular decision, those two mergers, they did not happen. Period. They actually were abandoned, my understanding. Those two mergers were abandoned. What was correct is that the decision would be enjoined, if I'm correct. If I'm not, RB, if you can remember, I'm not sure. But the reason that was put in there is because the Attorney Generals, and specifically the New Mexico Attorney General, Hector the previous Attorney General, signed on to this opinion, and in that court document, in that filing, they talked about the economic challenges that end up facing when mergers happen, and that healthcare is a very local option, is a very local topic, and that employers want healthcare local. When mergers happen and services go away, they don't want to have employees to go to other places, to receive care, because that affects their bottom line. It affects their bottom dollar. And what ends up happening is that employers may leave an area because they cannot get the care that their people deserve or that their people need. Or even with the insurance market, that they leave an area because the insurance is too high for them to have for their population versus in another area. It talks a great deal amount of the economic concerns regarding mergers in general for hospitals.
And so you do know that our hospitals maintaining their tax IDs and maintaining all the current contracts, and
Yes.
none of those fees are going to be changing.
However, that could be true for a year. But what happens in the next year when nobody who is originally a trail champion is here to enforce the contract? Sure, they could do it for the first year, and then later they can certainly increase prices. And what happens is that They will increase prices, and it happens. From the research that I have seen, because I only gave you the tip of the iceberg of what I've reviewed, that there has been no merger that has resulted in decreased costs to the patient. And the patients don't normally see that until a couple of years down the line. What ends up happening is that the increased cost, and then the insurer has to pay it. And then the insurer, then in the next cycle, they increase premiums, they increase deductibles, co-pays, because at the end of the day, that has to get cost down to the patient. Now, if the cost to the hospital increase, that does affect Otero County, period. Bottom line, that affects the sheriff's office and the care that they will have to provide to individuals who need emergency services when they are detained and arrested. It will eventually affect our detention center for the care that they have to provide to people who are in their custody. That will affect the county's coffers.
So we also looked into that. And so when you have inflation happening, when you have a hospital that is in a network system, inflation actually impacts it slower than it does any private hospitals or anything like that.
I would love to see that research because that is information I did not come across. All of the information that I came across indicated that there has been no indication that, no data to indicate that mergers either keep the cost the same or, but that they will always increase, and they increase substantially. It's not just based on inflation. That is a huge concern, considering every single year we're always talking about how we do not have enough money to do the things that we need to do. And I know that it has been brought up by this commission specifically about whether or not we may need to increase taxes, and that is a possibility down the line. And like I said, yes, Christus does exist in Santa Fe, but you have to understand that the Christus merger happened in 2008. Things are very, very different from 2008 to today.
Amber, why you wanting to send a letter to the Attorney General in Santa Fe that the hospital has opened up in the Attorney General's backyard, and why hadn't he been notified, or is there a problem? And this hospital in Santa Fe, the rating, like Commissioner Barella said, that went up from the previous one, that was the previous owners. If there's a problem with what they're serving, why hadn't the Attorney General been attacked before?
For the murder in Christus, probably because the laws in New Mexico were very different. And also, I don't know what the services of St. Vincent were. Like I said, we need the same or greater services. If the merger with Christus and St. Vincent, if the services were the exact same, then there would be no consideration to bring up an anti-competitive issue, because they're not changing the system of care. It's providing the same exact system of care. I don't know what St. Christus was. It was 2008. A lot of those documents are probably at the state. I do know that there was some challenges, and that was also provided to you in the attachment, in that there was an agency that tried to get it so that providers did not have to sign on to ERDs. That was part of the agreement. However, 1 year later, they had to sign on to the ERDs. Yes, they are going to keep the contracts. They're contractually obligated to maintain the contracts. However, as providers leave, they are going to have to provide new contracts. And those new contracts can affect the wages in our area. They can affect a lot of things in the area. So things are going to stay the same until people leave.
I'll add a point to your question, Commissioner Matherly. What Ms. Mayhall said, we don't know exactly what transpired in 2008 as far as Attorney General oversight, but in the last 2 decades, possibly 3 decades, the trend in the hospital industry has progressively increased towards mergers, just because it's reality of financial survival for these institutions. And as that has increased and become more common, several states have enacted legislation for the oversight of these because of the potential impacts that they have, and the Attorney Generals are tasked with providing that oversight and looking into those deals. New Mexico legislature has not enacted such legislature. It still falls under the purview of the AG, but there's no automatic trigger such as there is in other states.
But again, my question was, if this hospital procedure plans, their standards were so bad and they're going to cut, how come our Attorney General has not been on this already in Santa Fe?
They don't take interest in Otero County unless the commissioners get uppity, it seems. But it's a fair question. I just don't know if they know. The only news of the merger was the May 5th press release, and even activist groups that are normally all over something like this, such as the ACLU, were absent. I don't think it's because there's a lack of concern. I think it's because there was a lack of knowledge of it occurring. The word wasn't.
Santa Fe has more than one hospital.
That is true, they have Presbyterian, so they do have choice. And that in which she brings up is that also would not trigger an anti-competition issue because there's more than one in the marketplace. We have only one in this marketplace.
Well, I'd like to hear from the hospital.
Okay.
Okay.
Our
Answer some
scheduled
questions.
citizen communication is up and prepared. Would you like
Okay.
it to go since?
Yes,
and
you
then-
can go ahead and.
Okay.
Can y'all hear me?
Can hear you.
Okay, great. First of all, I want to apologize. I did plan to be there in person. I had a flight that was delayed last night, and so it prevented me from being there today. So I'm also in an airport, so I do apologize for any background noise you may experience. Good morning. My name is Jacqueline Nichols, and I'm here today to voice my concerns about the pending hospital merger. I'm currently a resident of Otero County and have lived there for almost 3 years. I plan to remain here for the rest of my life, making Otero County my forever home. I moved here with my husband, who was born and raised in La Luz, and as you know, is the county attorney. I want to mention that the words I speak here today are my personal opinions and beliefs and not to be attributed to RB. Recently, RB mentioned a hospital merger to me, but I had heard nothing about it through local news or media, so I started looking into it. After doing some research, I became concerned about the potential negative effects to the health care provided by Christus if they merge with Gerald Champion Regional Medical Center, but we'll get to that in a minute. RB and I met when we were both serving on active duty in the Marine Corps. He was a judge advocate and I was a helicopter pilot. Throughout our relationship, we wanted to have a family, but we prioritized serving our country, knowing that the time would come to prioritize creating our family later. After I conducted a combat deployment to Afghanistan, a deployment to the Asian Pacific, and then 2 more deployments back to the Middle East, we decided it was finally time to focus our energy on the family we dreamed of creating. Trying to plan a family with the high demands of serving in the military while also being a pilot is no easy feat. Strategic family planning was crucial to our ability to fulfill our service obligations while working towards our goal to create a family. It was at this point in our careers that the timing was right, so I consulted my doctor. I started taking prenatal vitamins, and then RB and I enthusiastically took on this endeavor. It was not as successful as we had hoped, and I had to visit a doctor to find out why things weren't going as planned. That was the beginning of what has become a more than 5-year journey of loss, grief, frustration, and continually holding out hope that one day we will have our own children. Something most people don't know and is a significant factor. Sorry, I'm going to pause for a second. I apologize. This is important for you to hear, that's why I'm pausing. I want to make sure it's heard. All right. Something most people don't know and is a significant factor to consider since Holloman Air Force service members make up more than 30% of the population of Otero County, and that's not including their families, that's just the service members, is that RB and I are not unique in our struggle to start a family. According to a study conducted by the Service Women's Action Network in 2018, 37% of women serving on active duty experience infertility, and that's compared to 12% of civilian women, according to the CDC. And for men, according to a national health study conducted of Iraq and Afghanistan veterans, male veterans experience infertility at rates 4% higher than their civilian counterparts as well. Now, I want to take up your time detailing the infertility issues in the military and the potential causes, but I will say that policies are changing and progress is being made to address some of these issues. In 2016, Secretary of Defense Ashton Carter said, "We ask our men and women to make incomparable sacrifices. We ask them potentially to place themselves at risk of sacrificing their ability to have children when they return home. It's clear that the benefits we offer our troops can better account for this." This leads me to my main concern. Will the new hospital merger provide the reproductive health care needs of active duty service members, veterans, retirees, and their families? If Christus does not plan to provide medically appropriate and comprehensive reproductive health care needs for the community, it will lead to significant impacts. The merger will mean that Holloman Air Force Base service members must travel and experience undue burdens for health care, which will impact military operations at Holloman. Having to send service members out of the local area for medical care that they should receive locally will impact mission readiness, affecting not only the county's relationship with the base, but potentially our national security. Recently, the DoD has instituted a policy providing service members extended leave and lodging to attain reproductive health care needs. This policy includes abortions and assisted reproductive technology, which includes egg retrieval, sperm washing, intrauterine insemination, and in vitro fertilization, and any other reproductive health care procedures that are not provided at a military treatment facility. I have concerns about the lack of treatment option for those who are trying to or want to start a family but need help doing so. Assisted reproductive technology, or ART, is condemned by Catholic healthcare organizations like Christus. In the Ethical and Religious Directives for Catholic Healthcare Services, 6th edition, it states, "Reproductive technologies that substitute for the Marriage Act are not consistent with human dignity." I take personal affront to this because I set aside my desire for a family in order to serve my country through military service. And as a result, I have a VA disability rating for infertility and have struggled for over 5 years to get pregnant. Just because I need medical assistance to start the family of my dreams does not mean that I am any less worthy of human dignity or that I'm any less human. In Otero County and throughout New Mexico, VA services are hard to come by, as evidenced by the fact that I have to travel out of state to receive care for my infertility issues. Going through an egg retrieval cycle is a month-long process that involves taking and injecting medications multiple times a day, getting blood drawn weekly to monitor hormone levels, getting intravaginal ultrasounds every few days to monitor the development of eggs in the ovaries, and a whole lot more. At present, I've been able to receive these services locally through Gerald Champion Regional Medical Center and have the results sent to my doctor that's out of state. Then, when the time's right, as I approach the retrieval, I have to travel over 7 hours to my reproductive endocrinologist in Arizona and stay for at least a week in the lead up to the egg retrieval. The egg retrieval involves a 30-minute surgical procedure that's done under anesthesia. It's necessary to be there in person the week prior to the egg retrieval due to the daily monitoring of egg growth and the fine-tuned adjustments to the medication that's required prior to the procedure. If Christus takes over Gerald Champion Regional Medical Center, will they provide these monitoring services that I need in the lead up to the egg retrieval, since they believe ART is not consistent with human dignity? If one of the eggs that is retrieved from my ovaries and fertilized by RB sperm is implanted in me, will they deny me care because the conception occurred outside of the Marriage Act? Will they deny prenatal care, birth care, postnatal care because they believe children conceived using modern science are not consistent with human dignity as opposed to those conceived in a bedroom? In researching this merger, I came across the ethical religious directives, known as ERDs, that dictate how Catholic healthcare facilities provide care. I learned that in addition to refusal to provide ART services, ERDs also prevent commonly accepted medical treatments and care for miscarriages and abnormal pregnancies, even in situations where a mother's life is at risk. Instead, women are misinformed and left to suffer in pain while their lives and future fertility are placed at risk due to the edicts of celibate men with no concept or understanding of the female experience. In light of recent Supreme Court decisions concerning abortions, according to the National Women's Law Center website, the harms of abortion restrictions fall most heavily on people who already face barriers to accessing health care, including people with low incomes, such as junior service members, and Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, immigrants, young people, people with disabilities, the LGBTQI plus community, and those living in rural and other medically unserved areas. Otero County is largely made up of the populations described and those who are most harmed by restrictive abortion practices. In September of 2022, the Veterans Affairs adopted policies to allow the VA to provide access to abortion counseling and, in certain cases, abortions for pregnant veterans and VA beneficiaries. Specifically, the VA will provide access to abortions when the life or health of the pregnant veteran would be endangered if the pregnancy were carried to term, or when the pregnancy is a result of rape or incest. Secretary of Veterans Affairs Dennis McDonough said, "This is a patient safety decision. Pregnant veterans and VA beneficiaries deserve to have access to world-class reproductive care when they need it most. That's what our nation owes them, and that's what we at the VA will deliver." The United States Conference of Catholic Bishops formally opposed this policy. If this hospital merger moves forward, I fear that women in this community, military women, veteran women, Indigenous women, women of color, disabled women, rural women, and low-income women will all suffer unnecessarily when they are denied life-saving medical procedures by Christus, and when women suffer, the entire community suffers. In August of 2020, I transitioned off active duty and moved to La Luz with RB. While still on active duty and trying to have children, I underwent multiple procedures. I went under a hysterosalpingogram, which is to ensure that my fallopian tubes didn't have any blockages, and a hysteroscopy, which is a procedure where a camera is passed through the vagina, then through the opening of the cervix and into the womb to look for any abnormalities. A tissue sample is removed without anesthesia from the wall of the uterus and biopsied to ensure it's healthy. And I had more vials of blood drawn and analyzed than I could ever keep count of. After all of that, I went through 3 intrauterine insemination procedures, none of which were successful. After getting off active duty and transitioning to the reserved, I received an infertility rating through the VA. This rating is a DoD acknowledgement that my infertility is directly related to my military service. After receiving the rating, I applied for IVF treatment through the VA. The hope is that having my eggs retrieved and having RB's sperm washed and introduced to those eggs, that some of them will be fertilized and be able to be implanted in me so that I can carry a child to term and have the family that we so desperately hope for. To date, I've undergone 2 egg retrievals. The first was a complete failure, and I felt like a failure because they were only able to retrieve 4 eggs and none of them were viable. It was extremely hard and emotional to move forward after this, but we did. And after a second egg retrieval, we do have hope. The doctor was able to retrieve and successfully fertilize enough eggs to produce 2 genetically viable embryos that are currently frozen and awaiting implantation. I plan to undergo more egg retrievals before attempting an implantation because at my age, there's a 40% chance of miscarriage and a higher rate of pregnancy complications. This merger directly affects me because I want a child. I've worked more than 5 years to have one. I've been poked and prodded. I've injected myself with medication until my stomach is black and blue with bruises. I've undergone the indescribable loss of multiple failed procedures to have a child. And should one of these procedures finally yield a pregnancy, the beliefs of the people in charge of Christus would leave me suffering to the point of death and irreparable harm to my reproductive system before providing any medical treatment should I encounter a pregnancy complication that would require a medically necessary abortion. This is unconscionable. I should not have to fear death or irreparable damage to my reproductive system, nor should any other woman living in Otero County. I should not have to travel an hour and a half or more during a medical emergency to receive care consistent with modern medical practices and science. I should be informed of the full range of medical options and empowered to choose the treatment that fits within my personal moral boundaries. I have fought for the freedom of our nation. I have risked my life for my right and the right of all women to have the freedom to make their own medical choices and to receive the dignified and compassionate medical care they deserve. I will not stand by in silence while these rights are threatened by theocratic medical tyranny. GCMRC and Christus owe the community answers on these issues, as well as answers on other aspects of medical care that will be impacted by this proposed merger. If this merger will cause unnecessary pain and suffering, changes to currently available medical treatment options, procedures, or medications, increased medical expenses, or compromise medical treatment for members of this community due to its religious affiliation, then it is not the right decision for this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now would the hospital like to come up and answer some of these questions?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I have to follow that.
I know. It's
Very
a bad
passionate and obviously concerning. That's a difficult situation to be put into. I'm Jim Heckert. I'm the CEO of the hospital, been there 15 years. And I wanted Lily to introduce herself real quick.
My name is Lily Lewis. I have been with the hospital for 37 years. I am a registered nurse, and my background is in women's health and maternal child care.
So thank you for giving us this opportunity, but before I get started, I wanted to just mention yesterday. Yesterday we had two events that are why I love doing this job. We had a revealing of a telemedicine effort with the school system that Lisa Patch is leading. Awesome, Lisa Patch, for telemedicine for better health care in partnership with Gerald Champion in our school system, which I think may be the first of its kind in New Mexico. And so that was just, the energy there was incredible. And then last night, we celebrated our first year of the bariatric program. We've had 70 patients enrolled in that program. 33 have had surgeries, and nearly 2,000 pounds of weight loss has occurred, making their lives better in just lots of different ways. So our whole goal in all of this is to ensure we're continuing to bring advancements of care and services to our community. That is all this is about for us. And we look at the total picture, because there's as complicated it is, there's no way we can anticipate every single event that might happen out there, but we're looking for the greater good in everything we do. So if I could, I prepared a document for the record, and I'm just going to summarize that, kind of keep it in a logical flow and give a little bit of history of why we did this in the first place, because I think it's important. And then at the tail end, I'll talk to some of the specifics that were brought up today that I heard. So on May 5th, we announced that we signed a letter of intent with Christus Health. And I absolutely, firmly believe that this is going to bring incredible opportunities to our community in serving the health needs of our community and building on our nearly 74 years of history. 18 months ago, we started this process, and we engaged experts to try to give us a snapshot. It's not about next year. It's not about the year after. What's the world going to look like in 5 to 10 years? And because we are doing well, but that well is decreasing over time. Do we stick our head in the sand and just enjoy what we're doing and watch us atrophy? Or do we try to find another way to ensure that we're continuing to grow and enter services? And oh, by the way, what does that look like in the future? And just how are we going to go about doing that? Right now in the United States, if you looked at the hospitals, 50% of them are losing money. We're not in that state, but our margins are declining over time for various reasons, not the least of which of inflation. So a lot of folks are choosing to explore other partners that would bring economies of scale and other things that we would like to make it better. and kind of build some rigor. I always say I'm one doctor away from disaster, because in some cases that's all I have. And what if they get ill or whatever? And so we worry about those things. And how do we begin to ensure that we're providing consistent services over time? We reached out to 27 health systems over that time frame. Not all kinds. We didn't want to draw any conclusions as to which is better, and we did this in part because we wanted to see what they were thinking strategically, and also what are they doing to prepare for the future, and then who do we think, if anybody, would allow us to reach the higher levels we want to go after. And there was simply no question that Christus Health was that partner. We were blown away. They were blown away when they came here and visited our hospital and didn't expect to see what they found here. And that's why we're still a viable option, because they see this hospital as something special. So why Christus? Well, they share a lot of common goals, like where they're a faith-based organization. They want to help and ensure access to care to the entire community, and they work diligently to do that. And they are really heavy into quality. The thing that I liked with Christus, because we went up there and visited them, and I know those folks, and I know the chief medical officer up there very well, their emphasis on quality is second to none. And that's what we want to have. And they have resources we simply don't have. And we could gain advantage of that as we move forward, because that's important. As we've gone through this negotiations, and that's why it's so difficult, I don't know if we reached into Bobby Martinez's efforts to find out what's going on when you're trying to negotiate the best deal possible. It gets difficult to reveal things, and then it becomes leverage that could be used against you and perhaps minimize what you might otherwise be able to achieve. And so this is a normal, independent business process of trying to get the best. And I think you all know that we've been committed to providing the best for the community. If I could just step aside 1 second though and talk the IRF, because that was the first thing that was brought up. The inpatient rehabilitation unit was a 12-bed unit for people that typically stroke patients or fragile orthopedic. I brought it here when I came here. I love that service line. But in the last 3 to 4 years, we've been only being able to average 4 to 5 patients, which means I have 7 beds that are lying empty. During COVID, one of the benefits, we've been able to use those extra beds for overflow because they released, in the emergency order, they released it. So we've been able to use those. That went away May 11th. And now I'm going to have sometimes 1 patient on that unit, and we think those resources can be used better. And granted, some people may, like my mother-in-law, might have to go to Las Cruces for services, but what about the patients that can't occupy the beds that I can't use? And so that's a balancing act that we're constantly into, trying to decide what the better situation is. And then the other problem is I've not been able to recruit a physician for that unit for a year. So I'm using locums. Locums cost us about $900,000 for a $300,000 position. And I often have different locums because it's rare I can get somebody consistent, so that means inconsistent application, so it's not ideal. So then the simple decision was, because our orthopedics is going, with our aging community, is really exploding, and we don't want to be transferring those patients out down south. So it's a choice. It's not one I like, because I love that service line. It's really important. But we also think one door closes, another one opens, where we'll be able to treat patients that in the past did not meet that criteria, to provide them services to help them do better. So we never have a perfect solution. It's the best optimal solution in the resources we have. So hopefully that will help you understand that issue. So in this negotiations with Christus, there's some things I can talk about and other things I can't. One is they've committed to $100 million of capital over the next 10 years. That's awfully significant because our hospital now has over $200 million worth of equipment, and somehow we got to find a way to continue to reinvest and replace them, just like we did the linear accelerator this past month to the tune of $3 million when we're seeing declining margins. And so that's a good thing. We're going to establish a new foundation out of this process that we think is going to be incredibly important to the community, that will be directed towards the community and occasionally the hospital if there's something that they need, but mostly to the residents of this community to figure out how can we uplift things, you know, those social economic determinants of health and that sort of things that will be something we've never had and something we're looking forward to that's going to be really significant. They'll allow us to Christus' alignment with them will allow us to move to a new medical record, one that's 100% integrated, because right now we have multiple electronic medical records. It'll allow us to move to the #1 medical record in the country called EPIC. The reason that's important is it gets us ability to be better in integrated care, and maybe we can, and it gives a whole lot better, what they call it frictionless healthcare, where we can do better with appointing and things like that we can't do. As an independent hospital, they won't even entertain us, EPIC. Got to have 300 beds or more. Don't call us if you don't. This opens that door for us. The thing that we went and visited 3 Christus hospitals, and the ERDs was a big concern of ours, because it's just hard to understand. There's interpretations, you know, what really happens. And so we went to hospitals like us that were not Catholic hospitals, and how did that play out? And they just did not say that that was an issue. I mean, there's going to be individual issues for sure, but in the aggregate, what we found is associates incredibly fired up, which is what we would like to see. We had our physicians with us, we had our chief of OB with us, and they just didn't, because they met separately with them and talked to them, they just didn't see where that became a critical decision point in that process. They just didn't see it. The other thing that's kind of interesting is we'll get access to a purchasing group now for a large hospital system, because right now we're just one that belongs to that. Every day we're having supply shortages. We're having drug shortages. Bigger systems have less problems. Smaller systems have more problems. And that's really important. It's things as simple as mesh in the OR that sometimes are back ordered for months. And now, how are we going to get after that? We know that that's going to improve our ability and consistency to provide those supplies. The other thing is, the thing we always like to see, you can talk to me till you're blue in the face and make me promises, but do you deliver on those promises? And that was the biggest thing, because we're concerned about our staff too, and what are the policies and procedures going to be, and how did that go? And every promise that they made was delivered on. We were particularly impressed with Christus St. Vincent's, because they were struggling, and they had a terrible reputation 8 years ago. And they've made, from everything we looked at, and now their connection with the Mayo, with them as well, is something that is special. And the nice thing about this is that we'll be able to access that through Christus to them to get things, if we have a question about something, to get that service. So maybe we can kibitz off that a little bit for the betterment of our patients. But let me talk about some of the things some of the questions I heard, because it's very difficult to answer, because many times there's many parts to that. The first thing was, we're engaging a lot of lawyers that we're paying a lot of money to. I mean, an incredible amount of money to ensure this is done properly. And John, as much as I love you, it's a pain. And hospitals, if not close to the most regulated, besides banks, are incredibly regulated, and their job is to make sure these things get done And the FTC and the Department of Justice and the New Mexico Department of Health have all been advised of this, and we've not heard any objections, which means we move forward. Otherwise, that would have been a whole different, another story. The other thing, this transaction, because a lot of the literature you read is mixing apples and oranges. It's, in the healthcare, there's for-profit and not-for-profit. For-profit is an entirely different situation, and even though we engage them, like Memorial and LifePoint and Mountain View and CHS and Tenet, and we talk to them, mostly just to kind of get a sense of what they were thinking. We don't want anything to do with them, because they would come in and they would slice and burn. This hospital would then become a shell of what it is today. That's not our intention. Our intention is the opposite, and we know we can do this with Christus. So on the ERDs, it's interesting, 17% of the hospitals in the United States are Catholic-run facilities. When we brought the group in from Christus to talk to our OB staff, our nurses, our board, the commander of the clinic at Holloman sits on our board, has heard these things, has not expressed an objection. So I'm assuming that if Holloman had a concern, that she would raise that. Now they've changed, she just changed command. She was a great asset, but they routinely participate with the hospital because want to make sure they're happy, and that's an important thing. We honestly believe that all the healthcare services that we provide are going to continue to be provided. In some cases, there will be a time when we can't do it, but somebody else in the community can. That happens now. And we see that, and our job, and that's one of the things as we finish these negotiations and get through this and then hunker down, then we have to create those pathways so we can educate patients to tell them right up front what their options are if that's an issue. And that's what we're going to do. Christus supports the existing evidence-based medicine that we do here at Gerald Champion. And like all things, when the patients present to the emergency room, that discussion is going to be between the physician and the patient. And then he has to work within the comfort of his own license, and they're going to do the thing that that physician feels is appropriate in the situation that's addressed to them. Ectopic pregnancies are an emergency. That's never going to be an issue on dealing with that. Tubal ligations after childbirth will continue to be done if there is a medical reason to do them. And so, that one's a little bit controversial because it's not 100%, but still, that's a conversation they should have ahead of time and work their way through it. Rape victims, that was brought up to us, that present to the emergency room, will receive emergency contraception because that's a law by New Mexico. And let's be clear, religious does not overrule laws. And so we have to abide by that. We don't provide in vitro fertilization at our hospital that they're going to Phoenix to get, and partly because of the VA connection, but we don't do it anyway. But for those services that she's had, because I know that would be a big concern to me. I'm going to Phoenix, and if I can't get my test done here, that's easy and all that. But that's going to continue as normal. That's not going to change. We have 500,000 ancillary tests done a year, and with them coming in, and that will not change. Elective abortions are not offered at Gerald Champion now, and we don't see that being in the future. So that addresses some of those, because it's impossible to get after all of them. It's a lot to absorb, and it's a little scary, because it does matter to us and to you about the welfare of your citizens. That's your job. But we're only doing this for one reason, to ensure that it's there for you in the future. I would ask for your patience and your support. Folks, I need your support. I don't need a half-empty response, because you can look on the internet and find any arguments you want. And And we've had a lot of due diligence. We've had our clinical leaders look at it. Unusually, they're supportive of this, because normally they argue with me about something. And they're very excited about it. So we're beginning a new and exciting chapter, probably the biggest change in our hospital, at least in many people's lifetimes. So maybe 1985 when we switched over then, and joining Christus Health. And the whole proposition is to grow ourselves, to be better at getting access to care in our community, because that's something we can always work on. And I think this effort is going to bring generational change to our community for the good. And I would appreciate your all support for that. Lily, did you want to add anything?
Thank you. Again, good morning, Commissioners. I have been on this journey as we explored these hospitals beside Mr. Heckert from the beginning of this. And once we realized that we were getting close and we were looking at a faith-based system, I too looked at the ERDs and what that represented. As a nurse and as a woman, and having a history in women's health and running our maternal child unit for Gerald Champion for many, many years before I left the bedside and went into marketing, I continued to have my love for the maternal child health care system at our hospital and anywhere. So it was very important to me that I understand this, and I was a bone or a thorn in everybody's side because I would not let it go until I felt really comfortable that we would be taking care of the women in Otero County. I feel I have a daughter who's trying to get pregnant, who wants to go through IVF treatments. But I feel like if my daughter was pregnant and she was having a miscarriage and she was visiting her mom, I would take her to Gerald Champion and feel that she would be taken care of. As an African American woman here, I feel like my healthcare opportunities would not be diminished by this merger with Christus. And you could possibly think, well, you're going to work there. Well, I'm going to be retiring pretty soon. I am, of my 37 years there. But I will still be a woman seeking health care in this community. And when I look at women who will be coming in having a miscarriage, I don't know about any of you in this room, but I have had the opportunity to sit beside a woman having a miscarriage and to go on that journey with her. How could I not want the best care for those women? I've been there. I've observed that. I've helped them through that journey. So I know how important it is. I know how important it is that they're cared for in their hometown where they can have their family nearby to support them through this difficult episode. And I stand very firmly behind our commitment to women's health care here. There may be some things that we still have to work through the process. Changing a process doesn't mean that you're changing the level of care that you're going to provide. You may just be changing a process. And sometimes you're improving that process. So I join Mr. Heckert in asking your patience as we work through the process and continue to provide the level of health care and better than we have so far in this community. And I am available for questions from any of the constituents we have. And the paper that we passed out, it has my email. Sometimes it's good to just sit down over a cup of coffee and talk through this one-on-one, especially woman to woman. How's it actually going to work? That's a lot easier to do when you're talking to one person and addressing their specific concerns. So that is available. You can email me. We can have that time to talk. We're also opening up, as I told people, we will be doing in the future. We're going out in the community. We will be visiting with the senior center. So we will be visiting with members in the community. As Mr. Heckert said, there was a time when you could share information, and there was a time when this whole negotiation was still confidential between the two clients. And I actually had the opportunity with the shared information from Mr. Nichols to immediately go back and say, I want to verify, because I felt like I could say to him right then, your wife will continue to be able to get her care at Gerald Champion. She'll be able to get her testing, and she'll be able to get her scans. She'll still, I saw that. But I did go back and verify because I wanted to just make sure. I don't want to pass out any information that I can't stand behind. I firmly believe when you could stand behind truth, there may be some changes. There will always be something that somebody had not figured out this bit, but if your whole standard is based on truth, then you're gonna be able to move forward and feel confident about what you're saying.
Well, I appreciate that, because that was one of my questions on how would you be able to take care of Mrs. Nichols' needs, as she described right there. So you answered that one. When we talked the other day, you told me the first person you called was the commander to inform him on.
No, I didn't call him. We were at dinner together. And we were announcing the next day, and you're always a little nervous and trying to keep these things tightly held and all that. And I'm going, well, he's here. I might as well sit down and talk to Colonel Spears. And so I just grabbed him, and we just walked to the side, and we just kind of walked through it. And of course, his concern is always every commander's concern ultimately is, are you going to take care of my men and women in the Air Force? And we are.
And will you take care of them the same as what they're being taken care of now, as they will be after the merger?
Well, you know, if I knew that answer, I could, you know, there are going to be differences. For example, they have their own clinic, and they do services based upon what they're credentialed to do, and that changes periodically, and some based upon the person they bring there. We're not seeing a change in getting the service. There may be a change in where it's performed or that sort of thing. But they do a lot of their own services themselves there, but it'll vary according to the skill set of that, because they're changing over every 18, 24 months there with their providers. And not every provider is the same, even though they may have the same specialty. They may have different strengths and weaknesses. That's why when asked to give an absolute, it's a answer to that. Sure as shooting, and something will change, and then I'll be wrong. But our intention is actually to provide more services. I've talked to the base a lot about the Exceptional Family Member Program, where people don't come to here because we don't have those specialties. Right now, when we moved to that location where we are now, we had 19 specialties, now we have 33. Our goal is not to go backwards. And if we, and they're right there with us. And so as we can increase our specialties, there should be less arguments for staff members coming here to work at Holloman. That's one of our goals in this whole process. So we're not looking to reduce services, we're looking to increase services. And they they'll kind of follow their own pathway. A lot of times they'll send people to San Antonio just because that's what they do, because there may be a medical board involved with it and that sort of thing. But the point they made was that they have a number of hospitals similar to us that are where military bases are in remote locations, and that wasn't an issue.
In our conversation the other day, as far as the board that is the present board now, the new hospital coming in will have their board, but you told me that there would be 3 of our existing board members that would be on the new board, so we would still have local interest that
Yes.
would be pertaining to it, correct?
Yeah, so that's really a safety measure that promises made are kept. And so there's going to be a board for 5 years, 7-member board, where any monumental thing that has to have a supermajority vote, which would mean we could affect that because we have 3 members that sit on the board. And we did that because we want to have some oversight, at a high level, but nevertheless making sure that they follow through with their commitments on the Capitol, with the different things that they said they were going to do. We're looking at a year transition anyway with this. We've told the staff if there's any change, it's only going to be for the positive because they're scared to death over this. And so it's going to take us a while, but it'll be 3-4 years as you integrate, move things, decide. Sometimes we get to keep doing what we're doing because we're best practice. Sometimes we want to adopt what they're doing. Payroll is going to have to change. I'm shuddering that because we have 1,300 people on the payroll now. And so some of those things just take time to do. But that's the intent of that board, is just to provide a mechanism for the community, basically, to still have input if something isn't right.
one other quick question. On Mrs. Swanson's question about the rehab deal, when we talked about this, you informed me that this was going into procedure, this was happening regardless of whether the merger
Yeah.
or not.
Right.
So I just was warning her, I'm hoping she's listening, to realize that this was happening regardless of the merger.
Yeah, it didn't happen because I procrastinated, because I love that service line. And when they came out with the COVID policies, it allowed us to use that for overflow, I didn't have to. They changed the rules on us, and then I was thinking it was gonna be detrimental in the overall view of things. So the truth is, we probably should have done this 3 years ago, because we're losing money significant. It's okay, I don't mind losing a little money, but we're still a business. At some point, you gotta balance that. But more importantly, we're turning patients away. I get more complaints about why won't you admit my family member on the unit than I have vice versa, because we have 114 admissions in a year. It's probably double that. We're not putting on extending somebody's stay to be able to get that, because we have the best physical therapists and occupational therapists. And so what we're seeing, and we're having to review this because it's a technicality on swing beds, they call it, but we're seeing we're going to be able to add more comprehensive services for patients that in the grand scheme of things is going to be better for the community.
That's all the questions I have.
I think you covered a lot, too. I mean, I had a lot still, but I want to tell you, in 2007, somebody very close to me had a miscarriage, and the baby would not pass. And she was about 2 weeks into carrying the baby, started to get in her head a little bit. And so I was jumping up and down and screaming, help her, help her, help her. And the doctor that is no longer there, I want to make sure that's clear, because I had jumped up and down, he wasn't treating her very well and told her that this was a result of her own consequences and choices during the procedure. You delivered my first grandbaby 6 months ago. Complications, and you were wonderful. And I was really scared I would have cried because the previous experience, and you guys fixed it. And I think that you have the best interest of the entire community at heart. I firmly believe that.
If I could make one other comment, please. As we look at this, in this interest of women's health, when Mr. Heckert mentioned we have 1,300 employees, the majority of those are women, and the majority of those are young women. And these same questions have immediately came from our staff as to how they would have their health taken care of, and we've continued the conversation. So this is very important to us that we address this, because these are our people also, our staff. They are in that they are in their reproductive years. They're wanting to know would they have that health care that they needed for themselves, and it is our goal to ensure that they do.
Well, I appreciate that you came forward to answer all these questions, because it seems like everybody kind of had a lot of questions, but they were kind of the same questions, and most of them were generated around the women's health care. And I think Amber did a great job of a lot of research and everything, and I'm hoping a lot of this answered her questions. My main concern is that we have the best health care possible in Otero County that we can, and I feel like this is going to move us forward. It sounds like we're going to have more benefits, and I mean, if we're hooked up with Mayo, that's a big plus. And I know, being in the medical community, how hard it is to get doctors here. And so if this helps in that venture too, then that'll be a big plus for everyone. So maybe you won't have to travel to Las Cruces to go see a specialist. We can see them here. So I'm happy to hear that the women's health care won't change, that maybe it will even get better, and that our service members are going to be taken care of, because that's really super important. We don't want to lose anything on that. So I appreciate you guys coming to the meeting today, and it probably wouldn't be a bad idea for you to have a public meeting, to have people that could come in, and because just hearing you answer the questions, it dispels a lot of the rumors that get going. So we appreciate you coming in.
Can I address Amber for a second?
Sure.
Hey, Amber, you got incredible energy. I have a job at the hospital for somebody that wants to dig down and get after things. You know, that's what it's, you know, I know you're doing it for the community, and it causes us to think and reflect and try to go through things. That's your job. And so we appreciate that, and know that all of us here have one goal in mind, and that's to take care of our citizens.
Is your wife still on?
I believe she is, yeah.
Does she have any questions, any comments to what was said?
Oh, yes, she is.
How sharp she looks in her uniform.
Do you have any questions or comments on what they've said?
I mean, I do still have some concerns. I think most of them revolve around military health care and veterans, and also women's health care. You know, I've read some of the documents, some of the responses that they've given about, you know, providing, you know, the medication, you know, in case of rape. But a lot of women don't report right away. You know, they don't report that they were raped, or it might have been a boyfriend or a relative. It could have been incest. And so I do have concerns about, you know, providing abortions for people like that. I mean, with the military, there's military sexual trauma. Women are raped by their coworkers. You know, men are raped by their coworkers on base. But for women, you know, that can lead to a pregnancy, an unwanted pregnancy, you know, that was born out of you know, aggression. And so not having any sort of abortion services concerns me, but I understand that Gerald Champion doesn't have them already. And then, I don't know, it just, I feel like a lot of this is based around money and profit. And I understand that businesses have to make money in order to survive. However, I'm just concerned about the individual care day to day. I mean, I do struggle as it is with the care that I received from Gerald Champion. The results of my procedures are supposed to be sent to my doctor in Arizona same day, and I have to call them 3 and 4 times a day to get them to do that. And a lot of times they won't, and it'll get there the next day, and my doctor is hounding me about it because my treatment is based off that. So I already am not happy with the care I'm receiving, to be honest. I don't feel like it's as good as it could be. And I do have to drive to Las Cruces to get the hormonal blood test taken, because I started doing that at Gerald Champion, but they would never get them to my doctor same day. And so I started to have to drive to Las Cruces to get the blood work done for same day results. So I do believe the level of care needs to increase as it is. And so I do worry about the change. Is it going to get better? Is it going to get worse? Will they provide the same care? Will they not provide, you know, some care? So for me, I still have questions.
I think until, getting dry mouth, I think until things are clearly defined, I think there will still be questions. But as we work through the processes, we know what the questions are in the community, and we look forward to having that opportunity that we can clarify things a bit more as we work through what the new processes will be, which processes will just continue as they are without any change. But we look forward to working through that. And we're always available if someone, sometimes getting records from one place to the next can be treacherous, and it can sometimes be, it just doesn't get there when it needs to. But my office is always open to be that person to intercept and find out, how can I get this person? I do it every day. If that should happen, it's not a conflict problem for me to help facilitate that if necessary. Because getting information sometime to another hospital in another state, sometimes it doesn't flow as simply as it should. And I know some of our tests are sent out, and so we may not have them done as quickly as some other labs would, but there's always opportunities to improve that and to work with someone when there's some issues they're having.
But, you know, if you don't mind, just come see Lily and let's break it down, because the truth is, if it's impacting you, it's probably impacting somebody else. And we're always trying to figure out what processes need improvement, and we're more than happy to do that, because it sounds like there's an opportunity there. because we don't want people traveling. One of our mantras is care close to home. That's really one of the guiding principles for us. So if you have the time, we'd love the opportunity to kind of walk through it as a case study to say, okay, why this? And sometimes that is the answer, because there's not an understanding of the logistics tail. But if it's just because it isn't being done, that's not good enough. So we'd appreciate that opportunity.
I would be happy to meet with you one-on-one to go through, kind of my experiences. So thank you for that opportunity and the
Yeah.
offer. I appreciate it.
That'd be great.
Does Gerald Champion have the same-day lab results?
A lot of them, hundreds of them. But sometimes some of the more unique tests, we may have to send them to a different lab for them. But we, same-day result all day long.
There's one more thing. The last couple of months, I've been in your infusion unit for a few hours a day, and I'm nosy. I listen to everybody's conversations. There's a lot of traffic that goes through there when you're sitting there for 3 or 4 hours at a time. And your employee satisfaction is just listening to them speak is pretty good too.
Well, that's an awesome group right there.
Special unit.
Yeah.
Commissioners, if I may, if you'll allow me to take my lawyer hat off for a second and speak to this, if you're okay with that, I'd like to. I appreciate the hospital coming here today, and I want to believe their sincerity and their hope that this is going to be a net positive and a benefit for the community. We certainly need it, and I'm hopeful for that, and I hope that's the result. I will say that I'm not satisfied with the answers that they were able to provide today, and that may simply because they can't because of the deal right now, but there is some glossing over some of the controversial issues, and they should be discussed, publicly somewhere else from here. But Christus can probably provide some sophisticated care and bring resources here, but the ERDs are, and their application, are concerning, and in here it says that ectopic pregnancies will be addressed timely and effectively, and there are real case examples where, due to ERDs, that has not been done. In these situations, a physician is not authorized to make the decision themselves. They must go to the ethics council, and ultimately these decisions are often made by the local bishop. So you have someone, not a doctor, that's deciding how timely the care is given and in what manner. And my wife stated she has a higher chance of pregnancy complications and miscarriage, and if she's in the throes of an emergency and I have to go to what would be Christus and she does not receive timely care, I will say that hospital administrators are going to have an unpleasant experience along with me and her, and I'll litigate the hell of it afterwards just because I have the license to do so. Not because I'll win, I might not win, but I'll at least cost some money, because women in this community don't deserve some of the instances that I've read about that were caused due to these ERDs. And it says tubal ligations will continue after childbirth if deemed necessary by the provider. It's a matter of timing and efficiency and health on the body, that if a woman wants to do this for family planning, it be done during childbirth, and that will not be allowed with these ERDs. And service members, their wives, for the male service members at home, and they will be utilizing these services if they choose to give birth at our local hospital. And they won't have that service available to them due to the ERDs. I don't think that's debatable, and I think that needs to be known. So
Can you repeat that last part?
The elective tubal ligations will not be available to our service members' families if it, you know, is a female spouse that chooses to give birth here. It just won't be an option for her. And family planning for military families is critical for a whole host of reasons. And those families will probably be choosing to go to Las Cruces rather than here because of that. And that's the way it is. And you know, I'm certain that they have weighed and considered these and knew there would be a controversy, and they believe that the benefits outweigh these negatives, and I hope they do. But I don't want us going into this with rose-colored glasses. Like, let's be honest and explicitly say what the differences will be, and be clear about how ERDs affect care. So.
Doesn't come up. Thank you, Mr. Heckert, for this kind comments earlier towards me. I appreciate that. I'm gonna put that as a reminder on my next eval. And just a reminder, in regards to this discussion, I know that there is a wide range of feelings in regards to this topic. I definitely believe that Gerald Champion thinks that they are doing what's best for the community. However, there are some concerns that have been raised, not only by me, but by RB, by his wife, by concerned citizens. And I also recognize that among this commission, we have a varying degree of beliefs, which is why I have requested, the Attorney General oversight. And even if you sign it, even if you vote to approve sending this letter to the Attorney General, he may or may not take the case. And more often than not, the merger will be approved. Then they are denied. But at least there's been some oversight. And at least in regards to the services that are provided, the care that will be provided in the community, at least there was third-party involvement that is removed from the situation. And so if the Attorney General doesn't take the case, then the merger proceeds. If the Attorney General takes the case, then it goes to court. And one of two things can happen. It can be approved outright, or it can be approved with conditions. And at the end of the day, if the Attorney General is involved, and it's approved with conditions or approved, then if anything does happen, if there are negative consequences, then they can be addressed by the state and shouldn't come to the county to intervene or request Attorney General oversight, where we have to hear the horrors and the consequences that may happen. But again, I do hope that what they have said, the positives, will happen. But the overwhelming evidence that I've come across indicates that in certain circumstances that may not be the case. So again, the letter is not you necessarily taking a position to approve or deny this merger. It's to request third-party involvement to ensure that the positives that Gerald Champion indicates that will come to the community, that's what will come to the community, and and that we can mitigate and some of the concerns that the community does have. Thank you.
When I was listening to you, and we've had great, not you and I, but with Christus, we've had a lot of discussion about the ERDs, and you're kind of throwing it out as absolutes. And the truth is there is interpretation based on the clinical judgment of that provider. So it's not pure. It's not. And so can I say absolutely one way or another, but that's where you get into the judgment. And when we talk to them, the thing that drives those conversations is the relationship with the patient and the physician. And that's why we felt comfortable with that. And so, because you've just said absolutely, I would say, anytime I say absolutely in a complex business I'm in, it's just like I'm gonna be wrong. And so I just want to make sure there's a balance there, because the truth is there will be some things that are compromised. But we're trying to have alternatives to help with that. And that's what we have to do to get the next step. Now, the other thing I would say is Christus isn't coming here if you guys don't want him. That's a fact. They don't have to have this headache. But they're thrilled about the opportunity to do this, and this is why I'm asking a positive endorsement and not, because honestly, in my humble opinion, I've been in 30 years in the Army and 23 years in rural settings. This is going to be an incredible thing for the community, or I wouldn't be doing it. And I'm just one person. But that is the wrong message to send to this hospital and to Christus. And you don't know where that's going to go. We don't know. We don't think they have any ability, but it's hard to know how that gets spun out of control. And then you could potentially jeopardize something, maybe unintentionally, but I think you all should be aware of that this is really important. We're down to the last few weeks or month of this piece, and in the negotiations, people don't like surprises. And it's costly. You talk about going to court, that's not going to be for free. So you're just going to generate more cost for this organization and potentially delay something I shudder to think. The question is, on what we've told you today, what is the best decision in the aggregate for our community? And I would ask you to support that, not writing that letter, and even writing a letter of support.
Anything else? Any more questions?
Thousands, but
Thousands?
no.
Have any more? No, you good?
I would like to make a motion that we do not write a letter to the Attorney General's office, and to change the letter to support the merger of the hospital to send to Gerald Champion.
I would second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We might need to, I think we need to make that a separate agenda item for another meeting. I think you have to vote as it is, yeah.
What can you do to
'Cause-
vote on this?
Yeah, minor changes are okay and acceptable, but that would be
Total change.
different than what is presented. So we could do that at the July meeting, or if you want to have a special meeting, certainly do that.
I think we need a special meeting due to the deadline that this is going to be happening to show support.
We have a meeting next week.
We'll be
I
in
won't be here
Farmington
next week. I'll be in Farmington all week.
All week?
all week.
It's
New
conference
Mexico,
next week.
yeah.
Well, you're in Germany the following week, but we could do. I don't have to be here. I was gonna say, yeah, the 29th. We could do the 29th.
There's also the week before that, the 19th, or the 20th, or the 23rd.
Well, she said she wasn't gonna be here. She was going to be.
That's next week.
Next week is
Oh,
conference.
shoot. I skipped
The week of the
I'm sorry.
19th. Yeah. I apologize.
I'll be here on the 29th if you want to do it then.
What about the 22nd?
Yes, I can do that.
You have time?
We just do it at 9, so
Yep.
we can go early.
Okay. I will get that done. Put it on the calendar. Okay.
So then you still would need to vote on this agenda item as it's written.
You want to redo your,
Okay. I make a motion that we do not sign this letter to the Attorney General.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So wait a minute.
For voting not to send the letter.
Okay, but that's not how this is rolled out.
You have
need
to,
do a nay.
right,
Yeah.
because of the requirements to advertise and let the public properly know what you're doing, you can only vote on what is listed on the agenda.
Right.
You can vote in the opposition when called.
It should be an
Yeah, so just phrase the motion as it's written and then vote no. I believe that's your intention.
Oh, okay.
So the request of approval to send a letter to the New Mexico Attorney General to conduct consumer protection and anti-competition oversight of Gerald Champion Regional Medical Center and Christus Healthcare transaction. I decline.
So you're making a motion
Make a
to
motion.
request the approval to do
Right.
that whole mouthful.
Right.
And then
There's
you'll
a
vote
second.
no.
And then
Make
there's a second.
request
Yeah.
to
I'll second
approve
it.
it. I'm not gonna request to approve it, but.
And then we'll vote, then we vote nay.
You're just facilitating the
Okay.
process.
Okay,
Okay.
so I vote nay.
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 Okay, there we go. Okay,
Thank you.
Okay.
thank you so
Thank you.
much. Okay, we're gonna move on to item number 18, request approval of resolution number 06-8-23/111-60, establishing a schedule of fees pursuant to Otero County Animal Control Ordinance 12-05 and repealing resolution number 01-10-13/101-44.
Sorry, I have 100 sticky notes to go through.
There's nobody here from the,
No, this was presented by Commissioner Barella, working with staff.
Mhm.
the only thing I had on this is, I just wondered what the increases were for.
I've got a
So-
thing somewhere,
Did you have it?
I printed it out, or Sylvia got it from.
I've asked Pamela to put a committee together so that we can address the animal control ordinance. And so I wrote up an ordinance that has from one end to the other to propose to this committee, which is really great. We met for a couple of hours. And the committee, while the ordinance is going to be a lot more complicated to address, the fees are in resolution, so we can address them now. And so in the ordinance, what I want to see is stricter spay and neuter laws of all of our animals. We are currently not enforcing sterilized animal permits. They're not collecting that right now, even though they're supposed to be. And what that means is if your dog goes to jail and you say you want them back, they currently spay or neuter before they release. And you say, no, I don't want that, so you pay a $25 fee instead. And that is cheaper than actually getting the dog out, spayed or neutered. And if we want to help our dogs, if we want to help our animal control problem, which is out of control, we have to start enforcing spay and neuters. So that is the reason this is just step one of the ordinance process.
So, a big part of my district is the dogs are totally out of control.
Yes.
I wish we had Sheriff Black, animal control officer here to,
They're a part of the meeting. They are being part of our committee.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, Sheriff Black, do you have anything to comment on this?
No, I don't, I think Captain Gutierrez
Yes.
was there, and all three animal control officers were there to give their input, kind of general information and stuff for them to make their decisions.
So, the animal gets brought in, the person does not want to pay anything, so then we're back to, if either the animal's there for adoption, back to the old deal for a certain time, and then if otherwise it's taken care of then. So is there anything wrote up in there pertaining to if the animal owner does not want to come through and do anything, is the animal owner responsible for anything?
So the problem when I posed that question was that people say, oh, that's not my dog. And so they don't claim responsibility so that they don't have to pay the fees or anything like that. So the dog, it's still going to be the same process. I think it's a 3-day waiting process, and then it goes up for adoption if it's not claimed, period. So it's just, if they don't claim it, then, but if they want to keep it intact, they're going to have to pay extra. And that's what I'm trying to make sure, that we get more spay and neuters and less intact animals.
That could be, because in Dr. Hayes, we went through this last year or 2 years ago on the,
We haven't addressed the animal control ordinance since 2012.
well, we went through it while I was getting up there, because he came when we talked about,
I think that was when we approved his contract.
is that what it was?
Yeah.
I just know it's kind of costly too for the county.
It will be, but it's costly for us to be shipping those dogs out, handling the dogs and all of that. We've got to get it, and what I based on, this ordinance is off of what they call the HART ordinance in Bernalillo County, and it's been very successful. Now, it's a lot more strict than I think than what we're gonna end up adopting here, but it's a good baseline for us to start off with. And it specifies in that HART ordinance for animals that they will lax as they get control of the spay and neuters within the county, then it can lax. You know, we can kind of go back and review and not be as strict, but we've got to get them under control. I don't want to put down any dogs.
So is there, in this animal control deal, is there a number that a person can own a dog? I drive through Chaparral, and there'll be 9 or 10 dogs chained up in the front yard, and 3 or 4 just running around loose.
Did you send this to the other commissioners?
No, not yet, because
Okay.
we're still working on it. So I was gonna do this under my report, but since we're touching on it. So when we open up an animal control ordinance, it's a very big deal. It's gonna bring out a lot of public, both sides, a lot of feedback. And what we initially have to do is have this committee to kind of filter through these things, so you are not sitting through 20 hours of debate and back and forth. What you're gonna be presented from this committee is a red line version. This is what we suggest we add. This is what we suggest we delete. The committee suggests this. And then we can work through that as a group and with the public. So we're trying to do the legwork before putting you through 10 meetings. We're gonna address all of those things, like the city has a 5 animal limit. That's something we can consider or not consider. We're not there yet. When we open it up for public hearing, we're gonna get into the nitty-gritty. But right now, it's just to address the fees and see if we can enforce some more compliance. And then under my report, I'm also gonna discuss something semi-related as well that may help.
This resolution is kind of separate and apart from this. It's actually, per the ordinance, an annual responsibility of the commission, and it only happened once, right after the ordinance was passed, and since then, it's been forgotten about. So I think it was 2013 was when the fees were set. Now we are coming into compliance with the ordinance and increasing the amounts, obviously because of inflation and all sorts of stuff like that, but increasing the amounts will give the shelter in the county more money to pay for resources for the animals, the spaying and neutering, and also hopefully move a little bit towards Commissioner Barella's goal of incentivizing compliance with spaying and neutering.
And so we didn't increase the fees for the impound fees for fear of people not wanting to pick up their animals. We're only increasing the intact animal permits. If you want to keep your dog intact, then you're going to pay more. Is that right?
It increased the 3rd and 4th offenses, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
we did, yes.
Yeah. First 2 stayed the same. We understand that the dogs get out and things happen, and we don't want to make that a financial burden, but by the 3rd or 4th time, you need to get something fixed.
And there's a typo in here.
Uh-oh.
It says code of operating instead of cost. I need to fix that before we.
Oh, I see it now.
Nope.
And something that we added that was new, that we talked about in the meeting, is the community service in lieu of payment, recognizing that we don't want to make your financial stability a burden to being able to recover your animal.
That's a good idea.
It will have some challenges in enforcement and things like that, but it's at least worth trying.
I do have some experience in this. I served on a board back east, and that was over 40 years ago. We were putting 300 animals to sleep a week. Is there a license fee on the dogs in the county or no?
No. Just-
You could probably just let them pay it off if they're willing to retrieve their animal, I guess.
Yeah, and with the option of
Yeah.
volunteering at animal control and helping too.
Yeah. We were appointed to deal with the dog pound and how they were euthanizing animals. And this is kind of a funny thing. They didn't have a sweeper in the gas chamber, so when the guys would go in to take out the deceased bodies, it would overcome them and they'd faint in the deal. So we got the money to do a sweeper to get that air out of there. It was kind of weird. Anyway, but we managed to change a lot of that. We had more. I had Siberian Husky Rescue, Irish Setter. We had a lot of rescue groups that took those dogs out that the owners didn't claim. So use me.
Yes, definitely. We will get to a point where we do the citizens' inputs and yes.
It's a town supervisor, they appointed this committee because they wanted to limit everybody to 5 dogs or 3 dogs, and that caused a lot of controversy.
It would. I have 7. I mean, I don't know what the right number is. I love all of my 7 dogs.
Well, if you write the ordinance, it'll be at least 7, right?
7, right?
You got 7 yourself.
Well, if I continue to go to dog pound, I might increase that to like 10. So, I need to stay away from there.
Thank you for letting.
Yes.
On that number, countywide, in town, I understand the number of the dogs they have, because if you take, for example, to get one that's out there, bear hunters, lion hunters will have 10, 12, 13 hounds. So when that's their business, you can't limit them
Agreed.
so kind of keep that in mind.
Oh, for sure. I'm not here to be more restrictive or more government control or anything like that. I want to preserve our animals. And so I don't want anybody thrown in jail because they have 10 dogs. Nothing like that. We'll figure it out. And we'll figure out, I don't need Jimbo Myers calling me because he's got 20 hounds hunting dogs.
That wouldn't be a good phone
Right.
call. At all.
Right.
That's true.
You want to make the motion?
I would like to get my motion. Let me read it.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to accept the resolution establishing a schedule of fees pursuant to Otero County Animal Control Ordinance 12-05 and repealing resolution number 01-10-13/101-44.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Number 19, request approval of resolution number 6-8-23/111-61, updating the assessor appraiser certification compensation policy and repealing resolution number 7-9-15/104-01.
So Commissioners, this is in response to legislation that was passed this spring by the legislature in regard to these 2 statutes that provide incentive pay for the assessor and employees of the assessor's office to pursue professional standardized certification. And for attaining those, they get incentive pay in addition to the regular pay. It's been in place for a long time. It's just every 5 years or so it gets increased.
Okay.
What is a qualified assessor?
When it speaks to assessor in the sense of the elected position, that is the assessor. And so by virtue of being elected to that position, if they receive these qualifications, they're then qualified. An appraiser so previously the statute specified in 439.5 that it applied to appraisers. And now, when it was changed this spring, it removed that language and applied to any employee of the assessor's office. I don't believe that if you're not appraising, or if you haven't been an appraiser, that the assessor's office will be spending the resources or time to get someone who's merely clerical to get these certifications. That would not make sense. But it would, before it was kind of ambiguous if it applied to the deputy appraiser or it would apply to the chief appraiser. What's that other position they have that's kind of admin or supervisory?
Assessor, chief deputy assessor, chief appraiser.
Okay, so yeah, it did apply to chief appraiser. Now it makes it clear that the deputy assessor would qualify. And I would hope if they're the deputy assessor that they have appraised and it's necessary for the execution of their duties as the deputy.
I got a little confused here on how this is wrote up. Okay, the one you got wrote up now, it says an additional $500, parentheses, $750 a year of holding an appraiser one. The way it was wrote up before, it says an additional $500, parentheses, $500 a year for holding an appraiser one.
Now, you identified a typo.
All the way through there.
Yes, that was an oversight on my part.
Okay, so it'll read whatever's in parentheses?
It should, yes. The parentheses is the correct amount. I did it late at night and I should have had more attention to detail. I apologize for that.
How many appraiser ones do we have?
That I do not know.
And appraiser fours? Do we know?
I couldn't tell you right here. We would have to have HR get into the system and look.
And it says $3,500 a year. How long does the certificate last before it has to get renewed?
They have to get, every 3 years, they have to do a certain amount of continuing education credits.
And how?
And if they don't, they would.
And that
lose it.
drops
Yeah.
off. And I mean, I don't see it happening, but do we have oversight in case it doesn't get renewed to make sure that that payment gets removed?
That's on HR to
Actually, it would be
specify.
on the assessor
Oh.
to make sure his employees have the proper training and continuing education.
So this is kind of a.
Well, you should be providing the certificates to
HR, yes.
And HR, if they don't have it, should have a tracker that, alerts them. It's been 3 years.
So this would be a correct, how do you want to say it, from our other instance that we had, this is going to be the correct.
Yes.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, I make a motion to approve resolution 06-8-23/111-61, updating the assessor appraiser certification compensation policy and repealing resolution number 7-9-15/104-01.
With the
With
correction of the
corrections
typos.
to the typos, yes. I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Okay, moving on to number 20, request approval of resolution number 6-08-23/111-62, A resolution whereby the Board of Commissioners authorizes and approves a submission of a completed application for financial assistance and project approval to the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration, Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Discretionary Grant Opportunity.
Commissioners, we got notification of this very late and had a very short timeline. Our grant writer is, he's got this 98% done, this application, and he's working with both this APIC as well as folks at the supply the charging stations to make sure this is all worked out. But essentially what the grant does is it would allow the county to put electric vehicle charging stations on county property that people with electronic vehicles could park at and charge their EVs. And my first concern was like, okay, that's great, but who pays for the electricity? And what I found out is that they have to pay to get the charging. So it is a potential, it's unlikely to be a large amount, but it's a potential source of revenue. It's an 80% grant. The 20% is going to be facilitated by APIC, so it'd be zero cost to the county. But as part of that 20% agreement with APIC, some portion of the revenue generated would go to them. But that deal we don't have yet. We're just trying to apply right now to see if we can get the grant, and then we would work out the details of the other portion.
Well, I'm not in favor of this for two reasons. I think that this should be a private business. If they want to do that and they want to have the headache of the repairs and all that, go for it. And I know that we have a lot of power outages up on the mountain already. Our electricity seems like it's pretty much stressed. So I'm really not in favor of this. But that's my 2 cents.
And the ability of, at least across America, for the current grid infrastructure to support the goals of green initiatives, it cannot do that.
Exactly.
That's the reality.
That's exactly right.
So, you were talking to me about putting one of these down at Chaparral. For example, Chaparral, the service that comes there is coming off there, whether it's the community center or whether it's at Fort South Fire Department. Most of those services are maxed out with the ability that we have around that. So who is gonna be responsible for upgrading the services? When I say upgrading the services, I'm talking transformers, power lines. I understand that they do the install, or they supply the, is that gonna be the county?
No,
Who's gonna get the bill on that?
it would, those costs would be included in the grant, and it may need to get Trent to come in here, because one issue that was raised in our meeting the other day is I think they need 3-phase power, and there's not much, if any, 3-phase power in the county. They talked about how that would be addressed and covered, but I didn't understand all of it, so Trent might be able to describe that for us if he's here.
Most likely is it won't.
Okay, okay. All right.
The other question I have, are the counties required by the state to support this service for the electric cars? Aren't they required to, or they not, or not required?
Not that I'm aware of.
Nope.
No. This is a federal initiative trying to get these charging stations out to more areas, and especially rural areas. They put an ungodly amount of money out for it. It's one of those things where I don't even know how much EV demand we have. I don't think it's that great, but it could potentially meet needs of people passing through, or if EV becomes something more widely adopted. I mean, I know I'm keeping my 2005 F-150. I can't afford one of the others, and I don't want one, but I like my exhaust sound.
They have that electronic now.
Yeah, it's one of those things where free money's out there. Do we take advantage of it and just do it to do it? I don't know.
So when I sent the email on this, it's because I'm on the fence. I was wondering, is this something we're interested in or not? I am not an electric car fan in any way, shape, or form, just so everybody knows that. I look at this as some sort of an economic development toward the community that we have this. Now, it's not like we're lacking it. We have in Cloudcroft, the co-op has it. The new Allsups has it, and I'm sure all the new Allsups and the other gas station, starts with the M, Maverick, will probably install it as well. So I don't think it's something lacking. I was just trying to see if this is something that would help us develop economically. So
I'd rather let the gas stations deal with it.
I'm on the fence, so I'm not sold on this either. I wanted you guys to sell it to me.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sell it to you, I'm not. No. Hopefully we'll get somebody in office soon that can kind of level some of this insanity out.
Okay, I'm okay with dropping it.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, I make a motion to not approve resolution -0608-23, what?
Pamela's shaking her
You have
head
to
at
stick
us.
to the motion. You
But-
can't say not.
Oh, I can't say not? So I have to say, make a
See?
motion for the approval of resolution -0608-23-111-62. A resolution whereby the Board of Commissioners authorizes and approves the submission of a completed application for financial assistance and project approval to the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration, Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Discretionary Grant Opportunity. All in favor, say aye.
No, second.
Oh, got a second. Second. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay.
Okay, so you know if you don't get a second, it drops.
Okay.
Okay.
I know, you guys are usually on me like right away.
Pam's just shaking her
I
head.
know, I wasn't looking. I've got such a headache, I can't even see. Okay, number 21, request approval to create a broadband committee.
Yes. So, in developing broadband areas and mapping and all that kind of stuff, we have to bring a committee together of everybody that is going to be using the resources and needs the resources. We have this planning guide, but I actually have a better toolkit that I want to give each one of the members once we get started of mapping, developing, identifying the areas. So we need to create a committee first and foremost to help with this, which would be one commissioner, one from the assessor's office, one from the clerk's office. Am I going too fast?
Should I be writing this down, or do you have it in front of you?
Well, I have it written down right here, but need from every single one, and I guess, how do we do this? Do we reach out to each one of these offices and say submitted name, or?
I would suggest we did that.
Okay.
We reach out to each director, department head, or elected official and ask them to submit a name.
Okay, so we need one commissioner.
I nominate you.
One assessor, I will do it. One from the clerks, one from the treasurers, one from the sheriff's department, one from probate judge, so I guess you'll have no choice. A manager from the IT department in GIS locations, somebody from 911 dispatch, somebody from public works, and that's because of easements, right-of-ways, and stuff like that. Somebody from the safety detention courtroom hearing officers, and somebody from the hospital, which would be like telehealth and healthcare aspect. So that would form our committee. From there, I'm going to be going to a boot camp this month that will help me guide identification and mapping. I think that they're going to give us one person's access to the mapping system so that we can go in correct. Otero County is already a disaster of showing what services are covered and what are not when you look at the map. So we have to be able to go in and correct and identify those areas too, and that would be part of this team. I asked why the assessors and the clerks and all of that. The clerks because of elections. They need, all throughout the county, they have to have good internet connection. I'm not sure the probate judge, but they want the probate judge on there. Because Latanya will be great for us. And so I think we put this together in the committee, and so we can get this going. There's going to be a boot camp this month. I'll learn more and get this application by July. We should be able to actually start doing something rather than talking about it.
What about citizens from the community? Is there room for them to be on the community if they want to be involved?
That was the direction that I was going, because I really wanted some community input on it. And so they emailed this, which is pretty complicated read from the Digital Broadband New Mexico, whatever they're called, Do It. And then, but this one right here is an easier read, which actually includes the community. So we can do whatever we want. We can ask members of the community to be on there as well. This was just the list that they gave us for forming the initial committee.
Yeah, just thinking like analogous, the planning commission, some of the individuals on it are from the community that are have a surveying business. So they provide expertise and knowledge in what's being determined by that committee. You know, if you could have individuals from the local broadband companies as members, and then also any people that just have a lot of time on their hands and have a passion about it. You know.
Yep. I forgot the ISPs are needed on this committee too.
Okay. And Public Works, we don't have Public Works, so.
Yeah, so I guess Tom.
Yeah, yeah.
He's it.
Yeah. So yeah, and then ISPs, and I would like actually, there's two in Otero County, and that's PVT and TBTC. TDS doesn't qualify for any of this. CenturyLink doesn't qualify. That's the only ones I know about. But the only two that do qualify is PVT, and TDS can be involved in it. It's just that they don't qualify for the projects that we're doing.
Okay, so when I make a motion, can I include that we're putting her on as the commission and vote on that?
It's not in the form of the motion here today. I would wait until you adopt all of the members of the committee.
Okay, and then we can do it. Okay.
Request the approval.
Okay. Are you guys any more?
Well, that's it.
No? Okay. Make a motion for the approval to create a broadband committee.
Second?
All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay. Okay, number 22, request approval to join the concerned counties in funding the preparation and submission of comments to the proposed BLM and United States Forest Service rules due 6/20/23.
I have, and I couldn't find it in here, and I just read through it, and got my question last night. What is the amount that we're talking about here? There's a dollar sign on this, and there's nothing in that dollar.
I left it blank for you to be able to vote on. It could be zero. The ask was 10,000, and 4 counties ponied that up. Chavez and Lee are 2 that I know of, and that is enough to fund the comments. Any future amount would be for anticipated litigation if it goes there. And today would just be merely voting to support it and pledge an amount. Any actually providing the amount would come later because terms and conditions and parameters need to be drafted that would dictate if litigation occurs, then the money will go to that. If litigation doesn't occur, then the money will be returned to the counties.
Is this what we're doing, what we were doing with Margaret Byfield? Is this another?
Yes, so American Stewards of Liberty is coordinating this, and a percentage, I think 5% would go to their cost for facilitating and coordinating the effort. They did this in 2014 against proposed regulations that were called BLM 2.0. And it's a strategic process. To have standing, you must submit comments, and then from there, this step, that step, and then it gives you the avenue to be able to litigate it. And they actually started litigating that, and then the 2016 election occurred, and there were changes in mindset and agency department heads, and the rules were abandoned, and so then the need for continuing the litigation went away. I do have reservations about committing money to it. I think it's something that the commission supports, and that the community needs to be behind. And, you know, these rules will affect not only ranchers and farmers, but sportsmen and then recreationalists, because it affects the uses of public land. So there's definitely a county interest in it, but we earlier this year agreed to provide funding to the Arizona and New Mexico Coalition of Counties, whose purpose is also doing these things. We are providing money to American Steward of Liberty to provide consulting to us, but also to fund their efforts to represent our interest in public land use and private property defense. So it's another thing. I don't know if it's what we should do. I mean, and that's up to you. We can certainly justify it, but it's just, I wish everyone was more unified and organized, and we didn't have separate coalitions.
I know that on all the research with the Forest Service deal that we did with over the Gosses stuff, the wilderness deal coming in, and now the BLM issues rules coming, I know that they have helped you in a lot of consulting, rules, knowledge. Again, is this something that's going to benefit us? Benefit you?
It certainly benefits the county because, and the interest in how public land is used and the regulations behind it, because it is joining in a unified front to stand and say we're against these rules and their impact that it's going to have on our citizens, our economy, and culture. So I strongly recommend pledging support and joining the coalition. How much, if any, money, you know, they have the money they need right now, so they don't necessarily need additional money, but it could potentially be needed down the road, and that's where it would be used. But there's no expectation that any amount be pledged, but the support and alliance is desired, because when the comments are submitted, it will, instead of it being Chavez County or Otero County, it's 30 counties out of the West, or maybe more, and it's all these counties standing unified and standing up for the property rights and interest that these rules will affect.
The other 3 counties on the other side over there, did they contribute?
Chavez contributed 10,000, and Lee contributed 10,000, but they've got that oil money, so. I can't remember the other 2 counties, but
I think Roosevelt is involved in, I don't know if Lincoln.
yeah, I don't think Lincoln contributed money. I think one of the counties is from a different state.
Probably Arizona.
But the comments that their money is funding are going to be drafted by specialized attorneys who are experts in this field and deal with it, and they dealt with that past situation that I explained. So they'll be able to provide the strongest, most on-point comments related to this, just because of their knowledge and expertise with it.
So when we joined that, the Arizona New Mexico Coalition, that was $1,000? Did I remember?
It was 25, I think.
2,500? I think we need to join in this and maybe just contribute that same amount.
Well, do we even need to decide on an amount right now, or just wait and see where this goes? Because I definitely want to join them, you know, because the more counties you have, the more power you have.
If you decided 0 today, but just to join, we could amend it or update it later to provide money if we find out they're short and they need it to continue pursuing.
I think I would like to do that just because I think they're pretty much funded right now, I think, from the last I heard. So, I mean, I would be good with today just authorizing that we, you know, vote on joining them, but not necessarily funding anything right now.
Okay.
Any more questions? No? Okay, I make a motion for the approval to join the concerned counties in funding the preparation and submission of comments to the proposed BLM and United States Forest Service rules due 6/20/23.
And then just say in the amount of.
In the amount of nothing,
$0
zero right now. You get a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and we already did 23. We're going to table 24. Moving on to number 25, request approval to increase the price of user fees for the Sidney Paul Gordon shooting range. Poor guy, you've been sitting here all day.
Save the best for last.
Before you get started, can you give me just a few minutes?
I was just going to say that. We're going to take a
Okay.
quick little break. Okay, Mark, you're up.
Thank you. Greetings and salutations, Commissioners. Mark Douglas, Range Master of the best outdoor public shooting range.
Oh, time out. Oh, I don't know where she went.
She went to the back.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
We'll wait.
We'll wait.
Sorry.
No,
I
that's
didn't notice she wasn't back.
Yeah, it should be.
Oh, I see. No, I meant, I know I'm starting. I got a headache.
So it should be.
That'll help you, sugar, help you.
Or no.
Sylvia didn't do it, huh?
Sugar will help you.
Chocolate.
We love you.
Okay, now we're back. Okay.
So yes, greetings, Commissioners. Mark Douglas from the Sidney Paul Gordon Shooting Range in La Luz. What we have in front of you here is the multicolored page is showing you some history on the pricing for the range going back to 2006. The last price increase that they had was 2011. The last two columns of that spreadsheet are what these changes, this proposed price increase would do. I had Chelsea Zimmerman, my Chief Range Safety Officer and Marketing Director, make a Reader's Digest version, for simple people like myself to understand. So what we're looking at is we're just looking at bringing the prices up. What we're looking at is our daily fees were $5. They're going to go to $7. Individual passes were $50. They're going to go to $60. Family annual pass is going to go up to $80 from $68. We're also putting some definitions in here defining the family, how many members. In the past, I don't like to use the word liberal, so let me just use the word generous. It was blood and marriage. So we're bringing our annual pass more in line with our military pass. You put your family members on the back of the card. So we're defining this down a little more. If you have, some people ask, well, what do I do if I have 5 family members or 6 family members? Well, anybody who's not on that pass, they just pay the day fee, and we're going to keep that at the $5 amount. We're not going to charge them $7.
One other thing with the family pass is we are including an option if the family is beyond 5 members, they can pay $5 more per person to add more than those 5 members onto the card.
How often is that?
I think right now, currently, we have 3 families that have more than what can go on their pass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's pretty rare.
We've also made some changes here. We've decided to, in addition to giving a 10% discount to our seniors, which in the past it was just a set amount that worked anywhere from 7.5% to 10%, we're just making that a uniform 10%. Current county employees are now included in this to get a 10% discount. Currently, our volunteer firefighters, they do not pay. As long as they're on our copy of a roster, that's one of the perks that the volunteer fire department gets, is that their actual members shoot for free. We're also including a 10% discount for the Booster Club members. That would be the Fowler members. Again, to kind of help boost the membership in the Booster Club, but we feel that this is really good. The last one here is the law enforcement officers family pass. It goes from $40 to $50. It's a $10 increase, but it gets back to I don't know, I guess I'll call it a burr in the saddle that I should let go, but I just won't. I think that's the Border Patrol residual that's still in me. The law enforcement community is what brought that range into fruition. So I'm glad to see this correction that gives the law enforcement family the ability, to the best pricing, and it's going to go from $40 to $50.
And now active law enforcement, current in New Mexico and federal law enforcement assigned to New Mexico will still shoot for free at our ranges on a daily basis. So when they're not using the law enforcement area, they can shoot on our ranges for free as long as they have an active commission card or are federal assigned to New Mexico.
So do you, I'm just doing this for an example so I understand it. Say I'm a senior, I'm a county employee, that 20% on? Or 10%?
So
I'm
if
glad that
if
you addressed
look
that.
at the first highlighted portion on the spreadsheet, discounts cannot be combined.
Oh, okay. I guess I couldn't do it.
It's an excellent question, but Chelsea caught that and corrected that.
And the purchase of annual passes is not valid for competitions or classes. So if they come out and take a class with independent instructors who use the range, the day fee has to be paid, whether that's through the instructor or the individual pays it themselves. The annual pass does not cover that. And if they're coming out to shoot a competition, that does not cover the fees for that day either. One other addition you'll see on the spreadsheet is we have been in the past just charging $5 per person for use of the classroom. We're proposing now to include a $40 non-refundable deposit per year for instructors who use that classroom, just because we have made improvements, and if there are cleaning fees and that sort of thing, I'd like to see that coming from the people actually using the room and not out of our budget.
I missed the first part of what you said. Do you charge a deposit for the?
Currently, no. It's just a fee, a flat fee, $5 per student to use the range classroom. So this would be a fee for the organizers using the classroom, whether that's an instructor or the faller group who meets once a month there. It would be a flat, one-time, non-refundable cleaning deposit, essentially, per year that they're using the classroom.
Have you had any instances where they caused damage or?
Not since we have redone the classroom, so we're crossing our fingers and hoping we don't have anything crazy. But there have been some pretty big spills in the past, and that's part of why we recently replaced the carpet.
I would be all for them.
That's one of the big changes, and then another adjustment is to the military discount. In 2019, that proposal was made to make the family, the active duty individual, $25 plus tax, and the family active duty, $30 plus tax. What we're proposing now is just a flat discount for active duty, retired, and disabled veterans. So there would be one rate for the annual passes, whether it's individual or family, and then they would receive 25% off of that, as long as they can show, and you can see down in the asterisk section there, active duty, retired, and disabled vets must show a current DoD ID card, VA card, or real ID showing veteran status to receive the discount. Currently, they have to show a DD-214 showing an honorable discharge, and very rarely people carry those around with them. So there's a lot of headache and heartache with that when people come out expecting the military or veteran discount, and then they have to come back another day to bring their DD-214. Some of them are digging them up from 50, 60 years ago. So allowing them to use their active DoD ID card, VA card, or a real ID showing that veteran status would be a huge bonus to those users.
And it just streamlines stuff for us.
Good job.
Thank you. Yep. Okay, any more questions?
Nope.
Any more questions?
When you get a 500-yard range?
I'm thinking
You had to
about
start
that.
that, didn't you?
That might be part of an item that was tabled for today.
Yeah.
Do you understand why it was tabled?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we understand.
Yes.
I don't have any problem.
Okay. All right. Make a motion to approve the increase the price of user fees for the Sidney Paul Gordon shooting range.
I second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
You got it.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you for sitting here all day.
Yay.
Oh my gosh, one more.
We've done very well.
I know, I didn't think we'd
expected
be
to
out
be
here
like
till
5
midnight.
o'clock.
Me too. Okay, number 26, request approval of a letter supporting A&M Meat Processing LLC's application for the United States Department of Agriculture Local Meat Capacity Grant.
Commissioners, it's one of our local meat processors. They are, they work very hard to work with partnerships with our local ranchers and to create market opportunities for them that are much better than the industry standard options. And this will just help them to continue to expand that, and the more they grow, the more beneficial it will be for our local livestock producers.
It's a great idea. Any questions?
No.
Questions? No. Okay. I make a motion for the approval of a letter supporting A&M Meat Processing LLC's application for the United States Department of Agriculture Local Meat Capacity Grant.
A second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All righty. Okay, so now Commissioner Matherly, been up to.
This past month, we went down to in Chaparral, they have an annual or bi-monthly meeting. Sometime you all ought to come down.
Let me know when.
Yeah.
Okay, I will, the next
Okay.
time. I'll let you know.
Yeah,
You'll
let us
get it
know.
for 'em. Get that Colquitt's facility, basically Donna Ana, Otero, and businesses and stuff around Chaparral, they just kind of give a little report on what's happening. The sheriff gives a report, I do, the road department talks. They really have a lot of questions, they always question me about the community center. It's rented out, but there's still no activity there, and it looks like a dead meat patch down there. I got pictures of that too, I'll show you also. Went to the monthly Chaparral Community Development Center meeting. Sheriff Black and I were both there, and one of his deputies. It was a very disappointing meeting. That group is having internal problems right now. It went from anywhere from 30 to 50 residents showing up to the meeting to there was 3.
Wow.
11 total people in
Yeah.
the building.
And 3 residents. So it was very disappointing. Last month after the Otero County, the grazing meeting, Don McClure with BLM asked to have a meeting with me after the meeting, so I asked RB to step in with me. They have a proposal, they were going to send this on, they wanted to do some funding to Otero County. For example, a deputy that was off duty, if he wanted some overtime, to help patrol some of the BLM land, Tule Gate, Tule Dump Road, some of the things like that. RB, have you received anything from them?
No, I provided them with my contact info that day, and they were excited about it, but nothing so far. I think I have one of their emails, so I can follow up and see where that's going.
Okay. So it could be a win-win. There's only one law enforcement for the BLM. So if some of the deputies wanted to, myself on some of the illegal fishing and stuff, so it was an option. They were talking $20,000 they were wanting to.
That was what I believe they said they had budgeted available, and it would go to paying either our sheriff's department or code enforcement officers overtime. They could elect to work overtime, and then the money to fund that would come from BLM.
So that's always an option. We stepped through this before with them 2-3 years ago.
Never heard from them.
No?
They came and met, and that was the end of that
That's it?
episode. So maybe it's a replay of that. These were fresh faces, they were all new, so we'll see. Been having some residents on flooding issues on ditches. This is the BLM issue, it's down at Calidale Falls. He has gotten into contact with them, so they're supposed to be coming over and looking at it. Matt and I and Tom have all went out and looked at them already. It's from ditches all the way coming out of Alamo Canyon where Alamo Gorda's grown, and the ditches are all just keep heading south. They're all on BLM land, and they need to be cleaned and addressed because the ditches were in a V shape, now they're in a flat shape because they're filled up and they're just all the trees, roots and stuff, it's just, that's what's plugging up and giving all these people downstream problems. Had another meeting with the property owner on Diablo Road. I talked with Pamela and them this morning. Tom and I both got phone calls on those. It's a few years back,
I think it
12,
was with
14.
Commissioner Reardon was here.
They did a project down there as a low water crossing. Diablo is a U-shaped road, so that ditch run through. This is the same ditch at Calidale Falls people are having problems with. They built this ditch, concrete low road, and they put this riprap in it, and it's got this big rebar sticking up, or not rebar, but they're like steel railroad I-beam things, where you can't get through it to clean it or maintain it. So when they go through after the rain, like we had the other day, it just throws up a big mud windrow. So now there's a 2-foot lake down there on these low water crossings. So I can understand the residents being very upset. So Tom and I talked, and we'll probably have to come up with a solution on how to fix it. I told him, take a dozer down there and get rid of it. We'll figure out how to take care of it later, or what we need to do. Right now, it's so. Other than that, that's about the end of what I've been up to, besides Bull Baker's issues. So.
Who owns the Lions Park in Bulls Acres? That land now?
BLM, we had a lease for it many, many years ago, for a very long time. Not long after I became manager, the public down there was complaining about the vagrants, the drug use, the needles, the trash, and we approached the BLM about giving it back, getting rid of the lease. But in order to do that with the BLM, you have to put a plan in place and put it back in its original state. So the county invested some funds and some time and labor from the road department to put it back the way it was, remove the building, remove the shed, remove the park, and then BLM took it back.
Okay.
What you been up to?
Absolutely nothing. I've been to Nashville. I went to Nashville for a leadership summit and learned some amazing, amazing things to help personally with my business, with every aspect of everything. I've already asked Pam to put a meeting together because they have an employee development thing, something that we can offer our employees for financial stability and all that kind of stuff. And so just with HR and Pam, just to decide if we want to even propose something like this. But this back in 2008-9, I did this program personally, and when I followed it to the T, it saved our butts. So I know that it's a good, valuable program for our individual households. And if we could, Dave Ramsey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Dave Ramsey.
Yeah.
So it's good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. What else? I went to the Broadband Summit in Santa Fe and learned a lot. And you know, trying to work with Muscalero, they're kind of doing their own thing. And, you know, the reservations are getting that money faster than we are. So Muscalero's light years ahead of the rest of the county. I can tell you that with broadband development. So I really want to get up to speed and get that going. Employee development, Santa Fe. There is a boot camp for broadband in Las Cruces. Oh, I want to go back to the Santa Fe. You sent, and I can't remember his name, our grant writer, a brand new. Love him. He stood up, he asked questions, he was very engaged he sat in the front row, and he got up there, and I was very, very happy with his participation. I think he came back a little bit on fire with all the ideas and everything, so that was a good thing. And then I do want to announce that there is, and obviously we put the dog ordinance, the animal control ordinance start together, and I don't have a color printer. But Pam has a yellow, blue, and pink, and green, and copy of this. But it's very pretty. But if you want to, and like I said, I put the extremes in there so that we can just whittle down what we want for our county. So that's kind of our rough draft. Very rough draft. And then I just want to say that there is a blood drive June 29th at the Tularosa High School from 10 to 2. So everybody can go give some blood. And there's going to be duck races in Tularosa on July 29th as well from 11 to 5 at the Catholic Church. And I think that's about it.
Okay, I attended the 100 Women Who Care Alamogordo the other day, and we gave the Special Olympics of Otero County. They're set to get for sure around 11,000, possibly 16,000 out of this, because there was some extra money that they can maybe get. So that was a really cool thing. Then I was invited up to Mescalero to the Elder Appreciation Day at the Senior Community Center, and that was really interesting and very fun. Mark Chino was the speaker, and Cynthia Prelo helped run it, and then Representative Harlan Vincent was there, kind of gave a rundown of what all went on in Santa Fe. Plus, he and Senator Burt got them a veterans park in Mescalero for the residents up there that have served. So I thought that was pretty cool. And then I attended another Zoom meeting with BLM regarding the 30 by 30 with Margaret Byfield and some of the other counties. I attended the audit conference with Julianne the other day, and Pamela and RB were there. And I attended the PSAP meeting the other day discussing the budget, and I think this is going to be amazing what this is going to do for our county. I think I'm so proud of Sheriff Black for ramrodding this. He's put in a ton of work on this, and John Barney that he's hired to run PSAP is really amazing, and he's got a lot of knowledge. And I was talking to John about our problems with the dams up in the mountains if they ever were to burst or anything. And there's a way that the people that are camping up there can temporarily put in their numbers into our local 911 system so they can be alerted if there's a forest fire, if there's a flood, they'll get an alert on their cell phone. So that'll be a huge plus. And I also attended the New Mexico Cattle Growers annual conference up in Ruidoso. And while we were up there, we had a big group meeting, and Yvette Harrell was there. And we're creating, it's not another organization, but it's just like a way to network and communicate with all these different things that are going on with the Forest Service and BLM. And so we're gonna have one central person that actually she works in Lee County, and she's gonna be the kind of the ramrod person. We can just send her information, and then she'll just send it out to this huge email group. And there were a lot of counties there because it was the state conference. So we had counties there that I normally don't get to visit with very much. So I think that's gonna be beneficial. And also I was going to tell you guys, the racetrack in Ruidoso has done some amazing improvements up there. There are 2 new restaurants up there to eat, and then they've got a huge temporary tent out back that they're holding their concerts in. And if it continues to be profitable, they're going to make it a permanent building. Seats 2,500 people, got a big dance floor, got a bar inside. I mean, it's really cool. And then I'm leaving Monday for Farmington for the New Mexico Association County, so we'll be up there for that. So that's what I've been up to. So, Miss Pamela?
I've been working with staff on the ICIP. It's almost that time again. So in July, we will be presenting you with a draft ICIP, just the projects I've been working on with staff. In August, I'll bring it back again. That's when you have to prioritize. But in July, I need to nail them down so we have something for you. 2 weeks ago, Sylvia and I attended our CPM assessments. As you know, we've both been going to county college. This is the last certification. We've both put in about 200 hours. This is a nationally accredited certification. And the final step is a 100-hour capstone project, which we're starting, and it will be completed in December. So there's a few steps to it. We submit our project idea this Friday, which we'll tell you about in just a minute. About October, we're going to bring to you our initial presentation that we have to give to our advisors. So I'm going to ask for a special meeting so we can present that for you, because they're kind of lengthy. And then we have a final paper due. The project, we're submitting our ideas tomorrow. We have to wait for our advisors to approve our projects. And so you know my project is to research, plan, and implement a spay and neuter education program in Otero County. So there are cost commitments to our projects. Mine will be in printing and publishing of posters and flyers. Most of the cost will fall on staff, myself, the shelter staff, to attend community events, schools, provide that education. So Sylvia, you want to talk about your project?
I do. I'm so excited.
Microphone.
Yes, hang on. I'm just trying to close this here. Well, thank you to Commissioner Barella for actually helping me come up with a project. But of course, you know, I'm going to also be working on a comprehensible tax information sheet. And I want to make sure that it has comprehensive charts and pies. It's going to be in English and in Spanish due to our demographics. And then I believe that it's something that we should probably update every other year. And it'll have the county investment, tax collection, and distribution of taxes information. So that's what I'll be working for as my capstone project.
Excited.
Okay.
You guys are great.
It was a lot of fun. Pamela disagrees with me.
It was not fun, it was stressful.
It was, and I think that one thing that it's kind of, it says a lot, I think, about how we think because of these experiences. Oh, I'm sorry. We went over 7 tracks while we were there, and one is the law, one is human resources, one's there's just different areas that they cover, and they give you a scenario. There was 5 of us, and they would give us a scenario, and they would say, okay, give us a visual presentation along with an oral presentation on this scenario. You have 45 minutes.
Wow.
And so between the 3 of us or 2 of us, however they broke us down, you had to look for information, you had to do this, put a PowerPoint together, and then present it to the advisors.
That doesn't sound like fun.
It was a lot of fun, though.
So you know, they only do this assessment for CPM once a year. Again, there were only 5 of us. There are only 29 in the state that have this designation.
Wow.
Right.
Well, good.
It's an honor to have you both in Otero County.
Thank you. It was very exciting. I thought it was a lot of fun. It's the time crunch and, you know, do this and do that. One of the presentations that I did with 2 other of the applicants, we actually played out a skit on conflict resolution, and, you know, we were acting and fighting with each other. It was just, I thought it was a lot of fun, and Pamela's like, no, this is not fun.
I don't like being under pressure.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's all I had.
So, one thing before, on the ICIP, remember we talked last year about a big dollar amount?
Okay,
Get those down?
remember, this is not your request for funding. The ICIP is a plan. So even if you don't request capital funding, your project needs to be on the ICIP, no matter how big or small. Because if we go after federal funding, another state funding, you get sometimes, based on the opportunity, more points if it's on your ICIP. So it's not until fall that you're gonna take your ICIP and pick your 5 capital outlay projects to submit. And I have talked to staff about that. We are looking at some smaller projects for you to request during capital outlay. So it's not just your $2-3 million projects this year. We're trying to bring it all in.
You They wanted to ask you that.
Yeah, so, how do we input for any of those smaller projects? Like is Tom asking for like Money Street?
Tom is asking for equipment, the sheriff is asking for equipment, Trent is working with Matt on some projects, public safety projects. So they just kind of look and see, where do we need to acquire funding, wherever resource we're gonna look for it, that is beneficial to us, no matter how small or how large.
And
That
it's-
you're not already funding through our general fund.
But it's all about infrastructure build too, not just
It's
the.
brick and mortar
Yep.
vehicles,
Mhm.
yeah.
In the past, we've done a lot of big items, 2 million, 3 million, 1.5 million.
Mhm.
And when this money is distributed, it seems like the ones, like we've done some at the fairgrounds for 126 or 180.
Smaller projects get funded.
They do though,
Mhm.
because they all have so much money. If the senators was to give $3 million deal, it's gonna take 2 of them to get the money together. So instead of going in and getting told, the only one who gets anything is David in his cars. But
No.
otherwise, we don't ever get anything from it. So we go ahead and try to attack it.
Which is why the sheriff gets funded so often, because he's got smaller project in comparison to the other ones. He's gonna have some competition this year when you pick up and choose your capital projects. There's gonna be some smaller projects in there that are competing for some money.
He's got a lot of money this year.
He kept some really nice cars. I eyeballed them the other night.
You should have seen what he started out with. Oh, my God. Biggest mess.
Sorry for the interruption.
There was, in addition to the meetings that I went to with, or attended with you all, other things that happened this month, 2 Fridays ago, I served on the judge selection committee for the 12th District. Judge Blankenship is retiring, and there were 3 candidates for his replacement, and we've selected 2 of those 3 to be their names to be submitted to the governor for consideration. So that was an interesting experience and some good networking. Met a couple times with the courthouse committee over the last month or so. Still, the first priority is this land transfer, but before we can do the land transfer, we need to know the exact land that is being transferred. So we've identified a site and location and have rough drawings. The last meeting we had was last week, and that was to further narrow down the specifics of what will be included in the courthouse, and that will impact the design and give us further knowledge to be able to get the specific lines and boundaries necessary to make this project go forward. So that's where we're at on that. Our legal assistant, Jay, took over as the public records custodian for the county and this past month, and now we have a ton of public records requests. It seemed like they just, as soon as she took over, they multiplied. But as part of that process, she has identified areas to streamline processes and procedures, and also ensure that there is oversight and consistency across the county. That way we can improve our process. Probably next month I'll bring a resolution to increase in our fees that we charge for records request, and streamline the process for that, and provide further detail. And hopefully we can find a way to ensure places like the Sheriff's Department are receiving more compensation for the work and resources that actually have to go into providing those records. Next week, I'll be out the majority of the week because I'll be running around doing stuff to get ready for the Cherry Festival. I'll have my phone and email with me and be checking it and be available for anything that comes up. So.
Did you win the election?
Oh, I did.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, so I think there were 5 positions and 6 people competing, so I had a decent shot. So, but I will be on the board now, and there is a meeting next Wednesday. It'll be my first meeting, and I'll be sure to report back to the commission on what I can, what's discussed in those, and what's going on.
Okay. All right, I think that's it. Do we have anything else?
Do we need to advertise notice of quorum for next week? For Farmington?
No conference, for conference, we typically don't do conference.
We've never
Yeah.
done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right, with that, we're adjourned.
Thank you.